Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Happy Thriving Thursday. What's up, y'all? I hope somebody feeling good today, y'all. Hey, yo, we can't do nothing in the morning without getting our favorite on here. You already know, yo.
Good
Mr.
morning. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Miss Simone.
And today, Miss Joni, how y'all feeling? Heartbeats? You already know what day it is.
Man, listen.
I already know.
Listen, I love me a good Thursday, yo. Thursday just smell like hope to me, yo. Thursday smells like hope. If you don't wake up excited about your life
I'm telling
and
you,
where you going, you're doing something wrong.
Miss Joni, I woke up this night with expectation in my mind and my heart. I'm like, I'm expecting great things. Great things are coming our way today. Y'all what's your word for the day? Miss Joni said thrive. Mine's expectation. What's your word for today? Make sure you start your day off right. I was going to say we are getting lit. I mean, we're getting lit. We're getting to the success. We're getting to the success.
That too, Miss Simone. We know, yo. We getting lit with success.
It's 10 o'clock in the morning, okay? I see success. I see growth, productivity. We getting lit with the success.
Yes, yo. Yo. You was about to take us back to the club days. You about to, yo.
I said, Miss Simone, come back. But that's what it happens when you get excited about your success.
That's how it is.
We have too much fun. I didn't know being successful could be this fun, Miss Joni.
Miss Simone, do you know some people waking up dreading the fact that they got to go to work, yo?
Well, actually, if I didn't have to be, I'm just kidding. Me calling me.
Hey, yo.
This is the only way to start your day. Best job ever. Best job ever.
Yo, I'm trying to tell you, yo, it should not be allowed to have this much fun, yo, at work, yo. I'm telling yo, if you don't feel good about life, yo, you're doing something wrong, yo. You gotta be excited about life, yo, and just where you going. Like, oh my gosh, yo, the possibilities are so endless.
Every time, Ms. Jet, like every day I get up, I do my split screen, I try to do meeting the success. I'm like, the fact that we are virtual and you feel this good energy so much, like you hear people telling you about all the things you can do with your life instead of all the things you can't do. I'm like, this is what we need all day, every day. So when I get up, I definitely get excited to come here and be with y'all and say, good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yo, there's no other way to do it. And Miss Simone, when I tell you, yo, it just be opportunity after opportunity yo.
I feel like you about to. What's coming up the pipeline?
Miss Simone, it's too big, yo. It's too, yo.
No, come on, tell us.
It's too, yo. So I'm gonna give you just a little bit, all right? I'm gonna give you, but I'm gonna call you and give you the big scoop.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna need real leaders on this, like not bluffers. You know, we got a lot of riffraff. I'm not even gonna hold you. I know we got a lot of riffraff. We got some good ones.
We're working on it. We
definitely work. Yo, the people that also come to like Winning Wednesdays, Thriving Thursdays, Focus Friday, I know they serious about growth.
Absolutely.
I ain't worried about them. Absolutely. It be the riffraff, Miss Simone. It be the riffraff.
But I have a feeling. Come on.
But here's the opportunity. I'm going to need a group of leaders to help me with this new partnership that we're about to have with CBS Network, the global network, Usher and his team.
Oh, Miss Joni.
And the people that's running the G20 summit this year in Rome.
Miss Joni, what? Wait.
You heard me right.
Internet on this Thriving Thursday, Miss Joni. People didn't even take their bonnets off and you talking about Usher Raymond and CBS, the G20 summit with global leaders in Rome. I gotta go.
And
Bye, y'all.
and and they want heart smiles in the mix of that, yo.
I mean, who else would it be?
They want heart smiles in the mix, yo. It's gonna be us representing Baltimore. I think they're gonna have somebody like Chicago area and somebody like New Orleans or whatever like that. But like when she called me yesterday and told me, I was like, yo, I gotta have all. I can't even say the word heavy hitters no more. But like, I gotta have all official leaders running this. Everybody else, you could be a part of you could be out in the crowd behind security, but people with the VIP tags,
Miss
I
Jones.
need all serious leaders, y'all.
Oh, all the real leaders stand up. Calling all real leaders.
And if a bluffer stand up, I'm sitting you back down. Stop playing.
This is not a drill. This is not a game.
It's not a drill. It's the real thing, Miss Simone. And I just got an email today about a partnership in Ethiopia.
Miss Joni, cut it out. People,
Miss Simone, I can't make this up.
Joni,
I can't make this up, Miss Simone. I can't make this up, yo. A partnership, yo, Ethiopia, yo.
Please get your mind right, get your leadership up, because I want to see y'all globally. I want to see y'all on these stages, speaking your truth, getting these opportunities.
Somebody bluffing. They bluffing, Miss Simone. They be bluffing, yo.
No, we got to get it right. We got to get it right. We don't have
right. But you know, one thing I learned, Miss Simone, the hard way, I can't put nobody on the project that don't come to like Winning Wednesdays, Thriving Thursdays, Focus Friday, because you can tell a difference. And I hate to call out the food insecurity team, but like, yo, they are the perfect example, because most of them, I just took a chance on them.
Yeah.
Never again.
Yeah.
Never again. You got to be consistent coming to at least one of them, because that's how I know you serious about your own growth. And when you're serious about your own growth, you're not going to show up on these projects doing half butt work.
Yeah, no, because there's no time. There's none.
Time.
You're representing yourself. You're representing the next generation of young people coming up behind you. You're representing Heart Smiles, Baltimore City. This is real stuff, real projects, real lives, real opportunities. We don't have time to play.
None, yo.
Wow.
None.
Wow. That you gotta warn somebody. I didn't even need to drink my coffee this morning if I would have known you were gonna tell me that. That was all the energy I needed.
Yo, listen, and let me show you this one other thing. Hold up. Let me show you this one other thing. Hold up, Miss Simone. Hold up.
It's the opportunities for me.
Yo, I'm trying to tell you. Like, yo, if you're not taking advantage of these opportunities, yo, I don't know what you're doing. Look at this, y'all. Look at this.
Come on.
Can you see that, Miss Simone?
Yes, a heart-to-heart COVID-19 conversation. Young adults. Young Elder! Shala! Who are these people? Pork Chop and Angel Baby? Oh, they're famous, aren't they?
Hey, yo!
Oh my gosh.
Hey, yo!
Miss Joni. Not the famous people with the heartbeat.
Miss Simone, do you see what they doing, yo?
Oh my God. And doctors on the... Like it's nothing. This is light work.
Miss Simone.
Just next week. We just out here.
Miss Simone.
God is so good. Y'all, please step it up. Please. You have to succeed. Now is the time. This is not the time to play. If you want to level up, if you want to be all that you have been called to be, if you want to break generational curses and shut all your haters up, please stay focused. Get on these opportunities, because there's too many. Y'all better be lucky I'm not 16, because I would be on
Yo, what? Yo, I say that all the time. I would be running circles around everybody. Like I did what I did with no guidance, no help, no nothing. Imagine if I had people like us helping me. What? McDonald's would have never saw the back of my head, yo.
Not even,
yo.
Unless you had corporate meetings.
Y'all wouldn't be able to tell me nothing. Oh, everybody would know my name. Everybody, yo, I would be like how Elder is, but times 100, yo.
I love it. I love it. And that just gets me excited because it's like, y'all, you know, we talk about this, but you have real life examples in front of you of people who go after their goals, who are consistent, who show leadership, and look at how it can happen. It can be you. It will be you if you stop sleeping. Get up. Good
Right?
morning.
I want somebody to just rip their bonnet off their head right now, yo, and say, nah, today my day. Just rip your bonnet off, yo. Don't even worry about if your track come off with it. Just rip the whole bonnet off. Yo, for real.
Oh, Miss Joni, this is real. What did Martin tell people? He said, say I'm next. Y'all better get in the success. It's your time. It's your time. And that just goes to okay, Miss Joni, we gotta say good morning.
No, get in the pulpit, Miss Simone. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Get in the pulpit, Miss Simone.
Because it just goes to show that there are opportunities. Y'all, like, this is fertile soil. Okay, you're planting the seeds every day. You show up with intentionality, really trying to think about how can I better myself. You're in the right places with the right people. Now, what are you bringing to water your seed so that before you know it, you're blinking and you're in Rome with Usher? Like it's nothing.
Like it's nothing, yo.
And y'all, people around the world need to hear from y'all. Y'all have too many gifts and talents. You have too many gifts and talents. Please, please, please get it. All right.
Yes. Turn you off because you hot over there. Let me turn you off, yo.
Between the coffee and the opportunities,
hot over there, yo.
Well, this is great. It's going to be a great day. We have a great session too coming up to really just keep reinforcing all the things we've been talking about. So I'm excited. I can't wait to see which young leaders get on these projects and step up and show out for Heart Smiles, for themselves, for Baltimore.
I can't wait. Yo, Diamond said I ripped my bonnet off.
Come on, Diamond.
Yes.
Rip that off, baby. What?
Yo.
Oh, that just made my day.
Yes. Yo, you never gonna believe who was in our top spot today, yo.
Who was in the top spot today?
Your daughter, yo.
Who?
Your daughter, the one you birthed.
Jada. Jada.
Yes.
Jada, you better go off. You better put it off. You better breathe.
Yo.
Breathe the air. Breathe it.
Dino J, good morning. Yo, yes.
Good morning, Jada.
Dino J, I hope you ripped your bonnet off, shorty. Yo.
I'm ripping mine off for you. I love you. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Dino J. Yo. Yes, that's success, yo. But Dino J coming back, yo. She done got her little self off of life support, yo. She took the little oxygen off her nose. Yo, she bringing the little IVs out her arm. She still got the hospital gown on. But yo,
she's coming out.
She coming, yo. She coming, yo. She said she ripped it right on off, yo. Yeah, yo. She coming, yo.
Good morning, Tina.
Good morning, Journal J. Good morning. Yo, team front line.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
Front line.
Always
in the front.
Never. What's the back?
They don't play the back at all.
Front line.
Front line, yo. They don't play back at all. Oh man. Hey, yo, we almost yo. Cause you froze just a tick for a second.
You froze too much. I was like, no. You see, they trying to stop our success. Front line.
Yo, yes, yo. Front line, yo.
Good morning.
Better future.
Hey, better future.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning, better future.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
All right, what's our other one? You know I mess it up. Is it YNL.
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 Young new leaders, stand up. Young new leaders.
Good morning, young new leaders. What's up? How y'all feeling, y'all? Good to see y'all.
Good morning. Good morning.
Chosen generation.
Yes, I
Good
love
morning, chosen generation.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
How y'all feeling, y'all? Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. Yo, people done co-signed the Goon Squad, Miss Simone. I'm not even gonna lie, yo. They done co-signed. I know. They go
come up with a new name. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
yo, Miss Simone said she not saying it, yo. All right, yo.
That is ghetto. Or we're gonna have to say good morning.
It is, yeah, I know. Good morning, Goon Squad, yo. Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
Not like
you know how you be trying to rush people through. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I know, like, yo. Like, yo, you don't even ask them how they doing. You just good morning. Good morning.
They be trying to hug you. Oh, good morning.
Oh yeah. Good morning. Good morning. I got cold. I'm sick. Good morning. Good morning.
We love y'all.
Hey yo, they gonna say we don't need a good morning. We gonna shine regardless.
All right.
You know what?
All right.
Say less. I was at least trying to acknowledge y'all. Now, when it's real cold tomorrow, and y'all like, bruh, y'all leader messed it up for y'all. At least y'all had a small little bit of love.
But they gonna be real hurt. Real hurt.
Gonna be real hurt.
They don't get
baby, when it's cold outside.
You got a blanket? Anything?
Get y'all blankets tomorrow, because y'all leaders done put y'all all the way out, y'all. At least y'all was in the basement. Now y'all not even in the house.
Sorry. And you know I'm about to get YBS. We don't see any YBS? Youth Built for Success.
Oh yeah, Youth Built. What happened to them? No, you know people be falling off, y'all.
In the basement. Cold.
People be falling off.
It's okay.
People be dang, y'all. So it ain't no more YBS?
I don't see any. And this is why. Let me stop. No,
Miss Simone, I feel you, y'all. I feel you. Look, here one day, gone the next day. That's my life.
It's okay, Miss John. We're gonna find some leaders.
Yeah, we're gonna find some leaders. We're gonna find some leaders. New hot beats. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Good morning, new hot beats. OG hot beats. Good morning, y'all.
OGs, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. Heartbeat mentors. What's up, y'all?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, all right. I think I started to see some Youth Built for Success.
Yeah, now they all late, y'all. The door done closed. They like
curtains are opening. Y'all late. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. But you gotta go get the rest of your team. You got to get the rest of your team, D.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Is this what you really got knocking at the door, Miss Simone?
It's gonna be a good day,
Miss. You be having the worst company sometimes. I just don't get it.
Because you gotta have one hand up and one.
Oh, hey, Charles.
Yeah.
Miss Johnny, the hate be so real, but the love is fake.
Hey, Big 16, how you doing?
Y'all don't acknowledge our squad, and then, man.
Hello, Charles. You got us looking crazy, and you know we be trying to do a little something in the morning.
He like that ghetto stuff. He live for it.
He does. Between the NBA young boys, just ghetto. We love you. How are you doing today, Chuck? See, that's that.
I thought I was the only one that noticed he had cross. I wasn't going to say nothing. I would just go do that little spotlight. Is this your goon?
Because I woke up around like 8:30.
Somebody screen record for me, y'all. Is this your goon? Hey, yo.
Then please no.
Yo,
my alarm didn't go off. I woke up at 8:30.
Anybody that's his mentee, y'all need to hold him accountable, y'all, because He's representing your entire team right now, and
The whole goon.
the whole goons, all of the goons, every ghetto goon alive. He's representing you right now.
Right here. Charles, turn your camera on.
Now he gonna go grab a watch club. Hey, yo, I can't.
Oh my gosh. But you know, we going with the fire session though, because you know, regardless of all the hate, we still gonna shine. You feel me?
All right.
Me and my goon squad.
All right, Charles. You gotta show up and show out. I know you can do it. Please stop rubbing your eyes. Please. You have had 20 minutes of non-stop hype man, white woman. What are we talking about today, Charles? Tell everybody what.
All right, so today we're going to talk about a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset, which is a presentation by me. And, you know, I put featuring Miss Simone because this is her session, but, you know, we taking over today. So,
all right.
About to go crazy.
Let's do it.
All right. So my first question is like, what is failure to everybody in the comments? Like, what do y'all think failure is?
Ooh, that's a good question, Charles.
Mm-hmm. This is a great topic for real.
This is because this is the foundation, y'all. I'm trying not to preach because this Goon Squad take over today, but I just want y'all to know that your mindset will make or break you. Like, this is a consistent theme in Heart Smiles, and if you don't get nothing else from this summer, from this session, from this time, it's you got to get your mind right.
Cam, I don't need you to answer the question. You can't answer the question. We need New Heartbeats answering the question.
All right. D said, not reaching your goals. You see the comments, Charles?
Right. All right. I see him. D said, not reaching your potential. Garcia said, not achieving your goals. Dominic said, failure is not being able to follow through on something. Donovan said, failure to me is a setback on your journey towards success. It teaches you a lesson. Naeem said, wasting the greatest time. I'm not going to read Mara's comment because I said New Heartbeats. D Tom said, failure is not reaching your goal, limit to success. Tatum said, failure is something that pushes me to do better. I don't want to say her name wrong. I think it's Jaya. Said, something that pushes you to keep going. Nasan, I hope I didn't say your name wrong. Being unsuccessful in reaching a goal. Josh said, when a person give up. Carmen said, failure is giving up. When you don't, Jake said, when you don't succeed at reaching your goal or your task. Michael said, not getting good grades. Oh, Naeem is not a New Heartbeat Mar. I don't know why I read it, but he did have like a New Heartbeat mindset right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, Malaysia said, when you don't meet a goal. Hoodie season, failure to me is when I say, okay, I must do better, and I'll put that towards something. All right, so there's a lot of comments. So I'm going to go off, but Keontae was the last one. So I'm going to say, first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. All right, so now I'm going to say what failure means to me. A lot of people say failure is when you're giving up, when you're doing something like that, you're not reaching your goal. But I feel like failure, if you take it the right way, it propels you more to your goal because Jay said because it's on the going squad. Now I feel like failure propels you more to your goal because when you fail, you learn a lesson from failing. So it's not like you're just failing and you're not going to ever get back up and try again. That's the thing. You got to get back up and try again because nobody else is going to do it for you. So failure to me is when you're learning a lesson based on your past mistakes. So don't make those mistakes again because a mistake over and over again just becomes a decision, and now you're doing it on purpose. So now I'm going to get into the next slide, you feel me? Oh, well, let me explain the pictures, though. So you got a dude skateboarding. He just failed. You got another dude skateboarding. He fell face first on the ramp. I don't know who tried to make that Elmo cake. But one of them looked like a demon, and one of them just looked like Elmo. Then you got these rainbow cupcakes. I don't know what in the world this is. And the dog just fell miserably. I know his back gonna hurt. So we want to go into the next slide. So my definition of a growth mindset is when people believe that they can actually develop as a person and that nothing is set in stone. Because I feel like I want to ask everybody else, what do they think having a growth mindset is? But while y'all answer that question, I'm gonna go into the next slide. All right. So how do I know I have a growth mindset? I feel like you know you have a growth mindset the way you deal with failure, and you see the people around you as inspiration and not hate. You don't hate on another person's success or nothing like that, or you don't put them down. You see that as like, if they doing it, I know for a fact that I can do it too. My third reason is appreciate constructive criticism, or any criticism for that matter, because the best messages don't always come in a wrapped up packages with a bow. Sometimes you get it from somebody yelling at you. Sometimes you get it from the person you dislike the most, or sometimes you get it from your mother, or which is a good package. But I'm saying, like, sometimes you gotta listen at all times. You can't be closing everything out just because you don't get it. And a growth mindset to other people in the chat. Olivia said being willing to adapt to new things. Andre said a mindset that's rooted around the idea of growing from every situation you encounter. Donovan said a growth mindset is not allowing your mind to be limited. In other words, the ability to adapt and change. Malaysia said when you take advice from people that's trying to help. All right. And my fourth one is learn from past mistakes. Like I said before, when you're making the same mistake over and over again, it becomes a decision. And then you constantly making bad decisions. And now you got a bad rep for yourself. You're not getting your goals done. You're not doing what you want to do in life. So my last one is you will embrace challenges and you won't always take the easy way out. Sometimes taking the easy way out is just, for some things, it's like, all right, but then at a point, you know, you like the game better when you earn it, not cheating. So I'm gonna just leave that right there. And let me see if anybody else. Shay said a mindset that can change the future. Yeah. Now we're going. Naeem said, tell them Goon Squad for life. Yeah, you know what we rocking, bro. You know.
Charles, you so good.
All right. So I want to ask even Miss Joni and Miss Simone, y'all can answer this question too. Like, what do y'all believe a fixed mindset is? And I'm gonna go into my definition of a fixed mindset. I said a fixed mindset is a defeatist view of one's abilities and a belief that they cannot change. So I want to ask y'all what y'all think a fixed mindset is.
Miss Joni, you want to go first?
Yeah, well, what you got right here is like literally, I think, like the textbook definition. But for like, from my perspective, like it is like it's your attitude towards just how you see the world and how you see yourself. And people with fixed mindsets tend to be just very negative and very limited in their thinking.
Yes. I can't say it any better. I feel like between your definition on the screen, Charles, and what Miss Joni said, it's really it. And it's so simple that sometimes it's so frustrating because it's like, you know, when you're having a fixed mindset, it's as simple as, have y'all heard that analogy? You can look at the glass half empty or half full. Mm-hmm. So when I think about mindset, I know sometimes it can be annoying and unrealistic, but if you really set your mind on always trying to see the glass half full, then I feel like you're starting to walk in your greatness of having that open mindset and growth mindset.
Right, and for the people, the Heartbeats that was here last year, they know I did this. They probably don't know it was a while ago, probably around the same time. So I did this session last year about having a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset, and that was one of my slides. Is this glass half empty and half full? And I had somebody on that session who's no longer here with us today. So he's not dead. He's just not here.
Oh my God, no, Charles, because I was like, wait, what? Oh, Jesus. Okay.
So Donovan said a fixed mindset is not being open-minded and continuously thinking inside the box. Jessica said a fixed mindset believes that they are either good or bad at something based on their inherent nature. Andre said all about perspective. Kamori, I hope I didn't say that wrong. A fixed mindset is knowing that you want in life how and when you're going to achieve it. Carmen said a limited vision. Andre said, I remember that session. Yeah, you already know. So you already that was fire. You feel me? Naeem said a fixed mindset is an organized perspective. Jada said, you mean when you showed up late with the other yay, with pressing your eyes? Man, see, I just woke up and brushed my teeth. I ain't really.
It's okay, child. It's okay. Okay. I just
That's my fault.
Is this guy on here admitting that he dirty?
No, I'm not dirty. I'm not dirty. I brushed my teeth.
Putting on me. I'm putting on me, girl.
And I was just about to hype you up. Now I gotta wait for the next slide before people forget that you just.
No, like I was rushing.
Okay, be quiet. But I was gonna say that I wanted to shout you out, Charles, because you did do this session last year. I remember this was your first session, and you came to me with the idea of a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. And I was like, what an important topic. So to see you go from that last year, and then I asked you, hey, Charles, can you do it again? And Charles was like, yes. And you know what he did? He reflected, he looked at his slides, and he was like, oh, man, I could do even better. He was like, listen, I'm going to work on these slides and make them even better, and you're going to see. So even in that moment, I was like, wow, Charles, this is great. Like, you're demonstrating it right now, having a growth mindset. You could have kept the same it's the drilling in the back. That's really kidding.
That's a hair dryer.
It's the air fryer?
No, it's a hair dryer.
Okay. Well, I was going to say that you could have kept the same PowerPoint, done the same thing, but even in that, you were like, let me be better, let me grow, let me shine. So that was my kudos to you.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I appreciate it. I feel like I can do better though. I should have been more prepared. I woke up at 8:30. I should have been up at like 8 or 7:30, so I could be ready. But thank you. I appreciate it though. And Cam said, I got a question. If you made a slip up, isn't the best way to recover is to over deliver? I mean, what are you recovering from though?
From the slip, Charles.
Like what kind of slip up though? Like you ain't pay somebody on time. Cause I ain't overpaying nobody. I don't even tip my drivers.
Oh, Johnny, hit the eject button.
All right.
Charles, please.
But let me know what you mean, Cam. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go to the next slide. So, how do I know I have a fixed mindset? So, the person with a fixed mindset gives up easily when they're running the challenges instead of overcoming an obstacle. So, for example, say like Miss Simone just told me, I had that session last year. It was decent. I was a new heartbeat, and I was like 2 weeks in, so it was decent for that. But she asked me a few days ago, and I'm like, well, I can do it way better now. So instead of having a fixed mindset, like, well, I can't do no better now, session, Miss Simone. So you get what you get. I said, Miss Simone, that session was, I can fix this, I can fix that. And then I came on here and I fixed it. It's not, I mean, this presentation might not be A1 to everybody, but I tried my best. So that's all that matters, to be honest. So my second one is you will guard up when coming in contact with criticism and ignore it. So like I said before, you should appreciate all criticism that comes at you, no matter who it is, because like I said, the best messages don't always come in the prettiest packages. So yeah. And you feel threatened by other success. So like say I don't really know an example. Maybe like you're on a football team and you're a running back and you see your running back getting all these touchdowns. So then you a receiver and you like, why I ain't getting no touchdowns? I feel like that should make you be a better person, and you should be inspired that he's getting all those touchdowns. So maybe you should think about it like, well, my quarterback not throwing to me if I'm not open. Like Miss Joni not giving y'all no projects if y'all acting like broke bums.
Come on.
So just do what you gotta do, and don't let everybody else define you. Like people look on social media and feel like they gotta be this person now. I gotta have a house at 17, car at 15, and stuff. It's like no, not car at 15. You can't even drive at 15 unless you got a permit. 15, 9 months. But all right, I'm getting off topic. But yeah, just be yourself. Don't let nothing affect who you are or how you're doing in life. So yeah. All right. So why should I have a growth mindset? So I want to ask that question to everybody else though. Like, why should you have a growth mindset? I wish I had asked the question and then I put the slides on why I think you should have a growth mindset, because I feel like I'm gonna hear what other people's perspective, and then some people might just read my slides and then be like,
"Well, go back, Charles. Hide the slide. Hide the slide."
How do I even go back?
Go back. Hurry. Everybody, close your eyes. Okay.
All right. So why should you have a growth mindset? Why do you think that you should have a growth mindset? That's what I'm asking everybody in the chat.
I love that question. Why do you think, Charles?
I was about to ask you on Miss Joni, but I feel like you should have a growth mindset because, like you said, always looking at the glass half empty. I mean, no. Yeah, looking at the glass half empty isn't going to get you anywhere except for on the couch somewhere. I don't know. I feel like when you have a fixed mindset, you're not doing everything that you really want to do. You're doing what you think is possible. And I feel like nothing is impossible. I know you probably heard this like a million times, but if you put your mind to it, you can succeed with anything in life. So I want to ask you on Ms. Joni the same question too. Like, why do you think it's important to have a growth mindset?
Well, I mean, I personally think that your mindset is the single most important thing to determine your success in life, period, regardless of where you are. So having that growth mindset is essential if you want to go far in life.
Absolutely. And I don't know if I'm going too far, but y'all, I know a lot of y'all wanted to talk about mental health too. And this is like a good way to weave that in. Like, it is really important to take a hold of your mind and your thoughts and just like setting that intention every morning that I'm going to have a growth mindset no matter what comes my way. Failure, challenges, success, joy. I'm choosing to see the good, the openness. I'm willing to adapt. I promise y'all that right there will really help you get in the right mindset, like mental health wise and just success wise, because you have put it in your mind that no matter what, I can overcome. No matter what, I can grow. And then you can do the other things to support your mental health too. But I just wanted to tie that in because it's so, so, so important.
I agree with both of y'all, and I'm gonna read the comments because I got a little less than 7 minutes left. So let me see. Jada said, "I would say I would say because being this grammar, Jada. I would say being open brings new opportunities and more success." Lydia said, "So you can grow in life and learn from others' mistakes." Dominic said, "To always be flexible and be ready for all situations." Donovan said, "You should have a growth mindset because it allows you to rise from the current position you're in." Lost Bubble said, "So you can proceed and grow as a person and a leader." Andre said, "So that you're not just limited to something you think society will accept for you." Kendall said, "You need a growth mindset in order to learn and process new things in life, also to prepare you for obstacles and challenges that will cross your way through progress in life." Jessica said, "The belief that you are in control of your own ability and can learn and improve is the key to success." Michael said, "Because you can help people that need help." Jada said, "That's disciple."
Discipline.
I think she meant discipline. She said discipline. All right. So DCOM said, "With a good mindset, you can beat the impossible." Facts. So we're going to go to the next one. All right. So Ms. Joni, great minds think alike, because you said like the same thing I said when I said the first step to succeeding is having the correct mindset. I mean, you went more in depth with it, but you know. So yeah, so the first step to succeeding is always your mindset. You can't make the plans and you only know what you're planning for. So you always gotta have your mindset straight and your head on straight before you can start anything. Second one, this is how you better yourself, because having a growth mindset is how you just learn, and learning is how you better yourself. So that kind of ties in with both of my points right there. Being open to more things. being open to more things, you can, if you're not open to a lot of things, you can push people away because, say, like, you got a Hispanic friend and you white, maybe, and, Hispanic and white cultures are different. So, they like, yeah, try this, enchilada or something. And you're like, ew, I'm not eating that. So then they like, hey, you disrespecting my culture like that. So I don't know, something like that. And then I feel like having a growth mindset, you're going to be more resilient to things in life because when you fail, you see that as a way to improve your success. And when you have a fixed mindset, you see that as a way like, well, this is just not meant for me. So resilience is key in that. So I'm gonna go to why is it important not to have a fixed mindset? So I kind of hit a few of them last slide. But I said you'll feel like giving up. You'll push people away. You won't ever learn from your mistakes. You won't ever be able to change yourself, and there won't be any growth. So, yep, that's what that is. So, that's kind of self-explanatory for some people at least. So, this one, I want to hold up. I want to ask y'all: do y'all think that you can change your mindset? I want to ask Miss Simone and Miss Joni to get the ball rolling. And then I want people in the chat to also answer.
And the question is, can you change your mindset?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like we see that happen all the time. Like that's probably some of the biggest testimonies that we have. Before people start talking about the accomplishments and the things that they've done, they talk about how their mindset first shifted.
I would just say, yes, you can. And if you have a fixed mindset, today is the day to change.
Facts. All facts, no cap. All facts, no printer. All right. So can I change my mindset? Andre said definitely can change your mindset. You just have to want it for yourself. Dominic said, of course, like most things, it just takes practice. Right. So, yes, I said yes, you can absolutely change it. And first thing you need to do is understand and accept that you have a fixed mindset. So if you don't, the first step is always admitting it. You always gotta be able to understand, like, well, this is about me, and I know that I have this problem. So now I can work on fixing it. Now that I understand and know that I have this problem. So second is hang around people that are contributing to your growth. Don't hang around people that's gonna have you oh just doing the wrong thing in general. I don't want to be too explicit on it, but going out drinking, smoking all day. You like 15 years old, 16 years old, and then you got a big test tomorrow, or you got work in the morning. So like, yeah, hang with people growth, and that's going to see you win because everybody don't want to see you win. So, all right, understand that people aren't here to see you win; they want to see you fall. So remember that as you persevere through your hardships, that people aren't here to see you win. So, people always gonna hate on you, like how McDonald be hating on the Goon Squad, but we ain't gonna get into that. That's the long hating on the Goon Squad, but you just gotta persevere through that. I know my Goon Squad straight, even though all of them don't be commenting. And then I just hit the group chat up, and I was like, "Why y'all not representing the Goon Squad?" Like, man,
because it's ghetto.
And look how you came on here looking. I was going to be like for real. Like y'all better make sure y'all chew him out about this.
All right, but yeah, understand people aren't here to see you win; they want to see you fall. So that's what when you change your mindset is about. And mindset skills, this is like just a little extra slide to throw in there. Flip your thinking, develop resilience, acknowledge your failures, and praise other people's effort and success, and praise your own success as that. So
yeah.
I said thank you. If you got questions, you can ask them in the chat. If you got feedback, let me know. I would appreciate it. And you can hit me up or follow me on my Instagram, because if you got questions about the presentation, or if you got questions about Heart Smiles, what you can improve on, what you can do better, because I know everything. It's like, no, I don't. But yeah, that's my session right there. If you liked it, let me know, and if you didn't, let me know why, so I can fix it.
Woo! All right, Crusty Groom Squad. Crusty.
Hey, yo. Not crusty.
No, Charles. You know we get on you because we see your greatness. And we just keep wanting the fact that I know we don't have too much time, Miss Johnny, so I'm gonna really hurry up. But I really am proud of you, Charles. From your session last year to now, the growth is real. You have a growth mindset, and thank you for sharing that with other young people so we can continuously get to the bag. So my jewel for today is just keep growing. Don't stop. Keep betting on yourself and watch what happens. What's your jewel, Charles?
Andrew, if somebody is frozen, make sure you take a picture of them.
Bye, yo.
We
Bye.
My jewel for today is
2 seconds.
all right. It's how the moon can't be the limit. I mean, the sky can't be the limit if you can see the stars. You feel me? Nothing is
Yeah.
impossible. Do what you gotta do. So
Yes. Thank you. See y'all.
Bye,
Yeah.
y'all.
See you tomorrow, Miss Simone.
Have a good day.
All right. Y'all know what time it is, yo. Go ahead and take your break. I see y'all right back here at 11, yo. We are back. We are back. We are back. What's up, y'all? I hope somebody had a good break today. Hey, yo, do Miss Simone not get y'all right? Do Miss Simone's session not bring you all the life that you need? And look, if y'all remember day one, yo, day one, I said, if you don't know what a growth mindset is, go and look up growth versus fixed mindset. Go and look that up. So people who actually took that advice and looked it up, I hope Miss Simone's session kind of brought home what we mean when we say you gotta have a growth mindset. It don't matter what you want to do in life, where you want to go. Having that growth mindset is an absolute must. And shout out to Big 16, y'all. Shout out to the man Charles, aka them goon squads, the ghetto goon squads, because he definitely represented with his presentation. We gonna get back to how he showed up, but his presentation was A1. All right, y'all. We're getting into my favorite part of the day. Y'all know my favorite part of the day is the guest mentor session, y'all. Listen, y'all gonna want to hear this, especially people who are interested in money. Yes, write that down somewhere. If you're interested in money, you are going to like this next session, y'all. Let me bring my guest on today, Miss Allison.
Hello, everybody. I'm standing in last minute, so I hope we can take this time and answer questions and kind of have a chat. How's everybody doing today?
You're doing amazing. And Miss Allison, you done spoiled my surprise. I was going to wait to the end because I already knew you was going to be amazing, but I was going to wait to the end to tell them. But yeah, yes. Again, we had to do a last minute situation. Thank you, Miss Allison, for stepping up. Shout out to my other man too. I ain't gonna say his name just in case we need him again, but shout out to him for being on standby as well. But thank you, Miss Allison. You literally had 3 minutes.
I'm here, so let's do it.
Yes. So look, before we get into like where you are and like what's happening in the money world, can you tell us a little bit about Miss Allison? Like, spill all your tea. Like, what was your childhood like? Where you come from? All that stuff.
All right, I sure will. So I am from Parkville, Maryland. So just right in Baltimore County. I went to high school at Carver Center for the Arts and Technology. Then I went on to college, and I worked through college, paying for it myself, and I worked at the mall and went to night school at Strayer University and graduated. And then I, at a career fair, started working for the bank. And 19 years later, I'm here. I'm married. I live in Harford County, Maryland, and I have a 17-year-old son that goes to Concordia Prep in Towson and a 13-year-old daughter that goes to St. Paul's Lutheran in Baltimore County.
Wow.
So I know all aspects of money, from helping everybody to having children that like to DoorDash and waste it all and and do it all. I am here.
Oh my gosh.
Questions. So
wow. And you went to Carver, like West Baltimore Carver, or
no,
Carver?
Carver Center for Arts and Technology was in Baltimore County. So it was a magnet school. I went for business and finance. Okay. Yes, it's right next to right on York Road. It was it's a brand new school. They knocked it down and made a beautiful one after I went there. But yeah, it's right in Towson.
Wow. Oh my gosh. And you always knew that you wanted to be in money in some type of way, or like, how did you find your way to money?
So I always knew I wanted to be in business. My mom was a school teacher and my dad was a custodian. And so I wanted to be a teacher. And then my mom was like, no, you don't want to be a teacher. So she's like, I'm not paying for college. Well, she didn't anyway, so it didn't really matter. But then I knew I wanted to go into business because I like the corporate world. I like dressing up. I like wearing, I was hot today, but you see my suit jackets behind here. I like dressing up with heels. And so I was like, I'm going to go do something like that. So I thought that I would do banking because they I did business and finance in college, and the bank, I said, well, let me start as a teller and see if I like it. So I worked as a teller and then on the new accounts, and I worked my way up to, I'm currently the vice president and financial center manager. Up before COVID hit, I actually managed 3 other branches, but due to COVID, we had to make some changes, and we unfortunately closed those branches. So now it's just one.
So hold up. You went from being just a regular teller to now the vice president of the operations.
Vice president of, vice president of branch manager. But yes, yep, sure did.
Wow.
They up started, and I still, to this day, just on Saturday, go back to my roots.
Wow.
A teller, because every position is important.
Wow. Miss Allison, you got to tell us like what that was like. Was that always your goal to kind of climb that ladder, or did it just kind of naturally happen?
No, that was always my goal. I as my kids say, I'm kind of bossy. So I always like I was always the leader, put it this way. I like doing that. I like helping people and being the go-to person. I like feeling important. Is that bad?
And like, what would you say, like, what was most like critical for your growth? Like, what were some lessons that you were learning along the way that helped you move up that ladder?
Well, I would like to say that, some of the important lessons were actually some of the failures. And that I feel like, not that I had as many, but more, I shouldn't say failures, but the opportunities to learn. So like, if a situation didn't go right, I could learn how to handle it and how to not have that happen again. Whether it be how I reacted to a customer or how something didn't go right or something that way.
Yes. No, we love it. And that ties right into what we just got finished talking about, like growth mindset versus fixed mindset. So it's a lot of that. How do you learn from lessons and things like that? So, yeah.
I feel like we're always learning. And I feel like I kind of take that home, because I always say my husband has a fixed mindset and I am more the growth mindset, because I'm always trying to look at it. And it does help. My daughter always is like, sometimes like, Mom, you're on 10. I need you to come down. And I'd be like, it's really not that bad. And it's like, oh, well, looking at it from different perspectives really does help. And I've always been a big picture person.
Yes.
To look at and see, how is the big picture going to work? If we take this one situation, are we really doing ourselves a favor? Let's step back from it. Let's look at it as a whole at all angles and see how we can go forward.
Yes. I love that so much. Now, look, we got about 100 or so teenagers, young adults on here right now. What would you say is like the one thing that they need to know about money?
Save it. Save it. And, I kind of say this to my son, and I have a 17-year-old, and I said like a 13-year-old. And the 13-year-old, she has no problem spending my money, but she sure doesn't like to spend her own. The 17-year-old just got a job, and he's, I make him pay his car insurance and make him pay for things. And I say, he loves these DoorDashes. Okay. Everybody likes DoorDash, right? Because the food comes to you, you get what you want.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm guilty.
But is that always the best use of your money? Take about how much you spend in these services. Could you have gotten the food differently? Are you filling with the DoorDash or the, those instant gratifications? Look at your bank account after. Is that, sometimes I'm not going to lie, we DoorDash too. But my son, let me give you for instance, made a meal, called him to the table, didn't come. Meal's cleaned up. Sorry about your luck. Well, he comes by me 15 minutes, maybe half an hour later, and he's carrying Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
And I'm saying, he's like, well, I just DoorDashed it. My dinner was done. Now, is that really a good use?
No, that's just crazy. No,
That is just, but it's filling the instant. You are satisfying the instant, not the goal. Write your goals down. Write what you want to achieve with your money. What do you want? I'll give you a really simple. When I was 19 years old, I worked in retail, going to college, and my uncle started a financial advisor company. And I was too young to start a 401k because I wasn't 21 at the time. So he's like, put this money, $50. I put it in there. Then I got the job at the bank. So I stopped contributing. Never touched it. It's now tripled. I say tripled. What was like $400 just sitting there has grown to almost $7,000 by just playing it in the market and
$50 is where you started.
$50, and I kept investing, and that was a goal of mine. I knew I needed this, and so I the point is, do your goals. It can start little and it grows. Without getting into too much about Rule 72 and how it all, in every 7 years, it doubles and gradually increases and things like that. Invest in you.
Yeah.
Put the goals in you. What are your short-term goals? What are your long-term goals? What are, and look at do a money diary. Like I tell my son and my daughter, both of them have bank accounts, and tell them, look at that app. Look at the app before you purchase it. Do you want your bank account to decrease based on that? Yeah, the DoorDash is great. Like, it brought me food. It's satisfying. But add up how much you're spending on that. For instance, and I use DoorDash because my 17-year-old is his favorite. It's the only thing he spends money on besides car insurance. But so I apologize for throwing poor DoorDash under the bus. Because, if you're going to use it all the time, look at these membership services. Do the $9.99 a month instead of the each time paying for it. So there are ways we can indulge ourselves, but just make sure that it's in a way that isn't going to bankrupt you, or don't take that $50 that you have in the account and spend $20 on DoorDash. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. And like, what was the timeline again for how long it took to mature?
Oh, so throwing my age under the bus. That was about 20 some years. I mean, and the market's been crazy.
Yeah. Wow.
But I didn't touch it. So what I mean is I only contributed for a little bit of time. Yeah. Imagine if I had not moved over to the 401k and started contributing to that.
And just went, yeah, wow.
It would be even more. So with your immediate, write your goals down, right? Write down what you want to achieve, what you have, like your short term, your long term. And it's not too young. I'm telling you, now is the time to save for later. And mine was a Roth IRA in retirement. It's cheap, and you have a lot of time to make money in the market through different things. But think about how that can grow, and then you can take that out for your first home purchase. You can take it out for different things. And, so I suggest writing down your short-term goals, your kind of long-term goals, and then your end goal. I don't want to say end goal, but what does your retirement, what do that's what we work so hard for, is that living past working, right? It's not too early to start thinking about that. What if you're making, $500 a month, why not $50 in a bank account? There's all these great things, I will say, on Pinterest about saving, where you only put down, you put in how much you want to get to in a savings account, and then you save that much each week. There's some really great calculators out there, really good budgeting things. But in the short term, do a money journal. Write down how much you're spending on your daily activities, the Dunkin' Donuts or the little things like that.
Yeah.
telling, because that's the best way to keep track of your spending. And then you can kind of say, oh, well, really? I spent $40 on Dunkin' Donuts coffees.
Sheesh. It sounds crazy when you say it like that.
It is. It is. And so, my best friend, she's addicted to them. And I'm like, Jen, you're spending $5 a day. Now, that's what's important to her. That's what she likes. I said, well, have you thought about going to the store and making it at home? Because you get more and you're spending half, or doing it yourself. And I'm not saying we have to cut all luxuries out, but just be cognitive. Think about it. Have that growth mindset of, wait a minute, how can I keep enjoying what I enjoy, but save some money in the process?
Yes, absolutely. So look, Miss Allison, some people might not really understand like what a budget is. I know that they hear that word a lot. So like, how would you explain or describe like what a budget is and why it's important for even a teenager to have one?
So, okay, great. So a budget is how you would like to, how much you expend and how much you bring in. So like, or you're like a way of calculating how much you can spend to what. So for instance, give you my 17-year-old has a driver's license and car, and he has income coming in. So he takes that income and he has to make sure he takes out his bills first. And that's his car insurance, because he has to budget for that, meaning he has to save. He has to make that payment or he's not driving. So, and that is a mandatory thing. So that has to be budgeted for. You take the income that he's making at his job and then subtract out any what we call expenses, but bills that he has. Then he's left over with the amount that he's able to spend. But in that budget, he needs to save for other things. You don't want to just take that lump sum that's left over and just blow it. You want to make sure when he goes back to school, he's going to be working less hours. So he's going to have to save more for the car insurance over that time of period that he's not going to be earning as much money as the summertime. He has to budget for gas. Car doesn't go, and mom, you can't leave it up to mom on an E. It doesn't work like that. He wants to go out with his friends. He's got to budget and make sure that he has the necessary expenses, the food, which to him is DoorDash, and that is fine, but he better have enough money for it. He better needs to budget or put what we call line items. So y'all are familiar probably with Excel spreadsheets. Mm-hmm. So you're going to take your income and you're going to put it, and then you're going to subtract from each cell the expenses and your what you want to put towards savings, because you want to do that because unexpected things happen in life. A few years ago, I was hit with cancer, and so I had to that's expensive. We have to make sure we have health insurance. We have to make sure that we have what we call like a 6-month safety net of money in case money isn't coming in for these expenses, because you still need to have these, you still need to live and have all this, but the income might not come in. So we have to save for the disruption of income.
Yeah. Oh my God, Miss Alice, I'm so sorry to hear that. Thank God you with us.
Yeah, well, thank you. I am here to tell you, and I try to always, when I talk, wrap in real life experiences, because I think we can all read from a textbook and say, okay, they want us to save this and we have to do this. But let's talk about it. Like, let's say what could really happen. COVID happened. Think about all those people that weren't able to get their unemployment and weren't able to work in a restaurant or bus the tables and not get tips. We have to save so that when we don't have this, when we have a disruption of income, we aren't then able to survive.
Yes, absolutely. So, Miss Allison, a lot of our heartbeats are in a situation where even as teenagers, like they have like some of those real life responsibilities, like they helping to pay the rent, the gas and electric and things like that. What advice would you give to somebody who feels like they're in a situation where they are taking care of the household and they really don't see a realistic way for them to be able to save?
I think that that money journal, because yes, you are contributing to the house. That's awesome. But remember, it can be as little as a couple dollars. It really can. And that's why I use the example of Pinterest, because there's several before Pinterest, because I'm old. We had this book. It was a great one. It's called Get a Financial Life. And it had graphs in there about what is your goal. Maybe your goal is just saving $100. Well, you could it will tell you, you save $2 on one week, $3 on the next. You can look at the small picture to get to the big picture, meaning that just a few dollars in loose change adds up to something else. The internet is full of some of these great tools. You put in how much you want to save. Start small. Start with something achievable. Don't set yourself up for failure by saying, I don't have any extra money, but I want to save $1,000. Well, that might not happen, right? Because you are required to pay and help out the family. Start with an achievable small goal and get the victory, and then build on that victory. Say for a month you want to save just $50, $10 a week, or say it's $25. It doesn't matter. Just start with something small that is obtainable that you can then grow on.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense. And sometimes our heartbeats are confused as to what like type of accounts they should open. And like normally we just say, it's safe to have like a checking account and maybe a savings account too. Like, what's your advice on that if somebody is thinking about opening their very first account?
So my advice to you with your first account is, I know it's going to sound crazy, but actually don't open the savings account at this time. I would probably open the checking account that you then have access to. Savings accounts and the bank, they don't need to hear this. The savings account has a minimum balance. That's all we need to look for. Don't get yourself stuck in a minimum balance of $100 and then you need to take out $50 to help with the groceries or BGE. Don't do that. Don't do an account that requires a minimum and then makes you have to do you're limited on how many withdrawals. So right now, because of COVID, the savings accounts are a little bit different. We're allowing more withdrawals, but used to be you had to put $100 in it if you were over 18, the minor accounts. But when you turn 18, guess what? Bank turns that on and now you have to conform. But the savings accounts a lot of times have balance requirements, and don't get yourself stuck in that. There's a new the bank loan products that most all banks have now is a checking account that allows you to have deposits and withdrawals. Doesn't allow you to actually write the checks, okay? It allows you to use debit cards, have the payroll go in automatically. I shouldn't say it doesn't. It does allow you to write a check, but doesn't let you. We don't want to get in trouble with what we call overdraft fees or owing the bank money. So you want to be smart. My kids both have and our bank loan product, and my daughter's away texting me now, making sure. And I said, before you use your card, because we all want debit cards, right? You don't want to carry cash. You want a debit card. That's what everybody wants. You can buy online with it. You can do other things. So look at your app. Look how much money you have before you spend. Because you don't want to end up owing the bank. Banks do charge fees. That is true. We do. But you are 100% in charge of avoiding that.
Yes.
100%. And there's so many tools now. We live in a good age with technology. You can log in with your face on your smartphone or online banking. People call in. What's my balance? No, knowledge is power.
Yes.
Know before you go, before you spend. before you charge. Then it avoids you embarrassingly getting declined, because these bank accounts, and the ones for 13 to 17-year-olds usually don't allow you to spend more than what you have, because they don't want to get you in a situation, right? Because once you find yourself in a situation, it's really hard to get out of.
Yeah, and I've definitely seen that. Thank you for that advice, because I've seen the people who have been like, they've had more fees, and it's like the fees pile on top, even though you still have a negative balance.
And then, unfortunately, what happens, you only have a small amount of time to make that account right before the bank then closes your account and sends you to collections. Then you can't open bank accounts. So there's a lot of stigma around, banks being these fee heavy, and it can, but it can also be very, very avoidable.
Now, what about for some people who are under 18 and they have to get like that minor account, so their parent or guardian is in charge of it, but they don't necessarily have a great relationship with that parent or guardian, and they don't trust them with their money? What advice could you give to people who are in that situation to safeguard their money, so they don't feel like their money is being used basically without their authorization?
That is true, because if you're under the age of 18, you are required to have
we see it all the time, Ms. Allison.
You are required to have a legal. There are some things out there, I believe that, and I'm not exactly sure, but some of these prepaid cards where you can load them and use them that way. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe you don't have to be a certain age. Have you seen them at the Walgreens and things like that?
Yeah, I've seen those.
Unfortunately, that is a very real reality, right? Because mom and dad or somebody's in a situation and they have no choice. They're against the wall, so they want to. Do the envelope theory. Here's a theory. It's cash. You put it in a very safe place. And so what the envelope theory is you take your paycheck, right? Your income that you get, and then you put it in different envelopes, right? So you would
Oh, we can't hear you, Miss Allison. You might have went on mute. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Oh, no. And we were just about to get in good with the envelopes. You might have to hang up and come right back. Yeah, we can't hear you. Y'all, I hope y'all taking notes, y'all. Miss Allison is giving us all of the great tips, y'all. All of the great tips. Like, this is such a great conversation. She coming right back, y'all. It ain't nothing but the devil, because the devil don't want y'all to learn about money. Yo, it ain't nothing, right, Garcia? It's nothing but the devil, but it's okay, y'all. We've been having challenge after challenge after challenge on the back end, y'all. But look, the one thing that I promise is that we are always going to move forward. Yes, hey, Donovan already know, yo. Put those Verizon guards on standby, yo. Here she go, y'all.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We back, yes. We need this lesson.
I yelled, I had to get my daughter. Okay, so the envelope theory is cash-based, right? So what that means is you take the paycheck and then you write on your envelopes what you want to do. So this envelope could say the amount that you owe to your parents for their obligation, right? Because you're supporting the family. So this could be family support. So you fill that first, right? Because that's the most important one. If to you, whichever is your most important. Then you might put your food. Then you put your entertainment. Then you could put clothing. And then leftover. So you're always, with the envelopes, budgeting. You're always making sure that you put the first most important envelope to you first, right? Then you're putting we need food, so that's got to be one. And that doesn't have to be the family food. This could be your DoorDash food, your McDonald's, your Chipotle noodles. Then you put your clothing, right? Because say you want a new outfit comes out, or we got to change. We live in Maryland, so we have seasons, right? So we want to make sure we have the most up-to-date fashion that might be changing. So you want to put that in there. Then you have your entertainment. So your movies that's kind of ancient now, post-COVID. Netflix, let's say Netflix, or something like that. Then you can put your leftover. And that's a way, it is cash, but these envelopes can be in your secret area that nobody else is touching, per se. It's not in a bank account, but it's in a way that you can save. And then you'll see your leftover each month. If you take that paycheck or each paycheck or each pay, say, how much you need to fill in the envelopes that you mark. And do it that way.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
The key, too, is the last envelope, your leftover, you don't want to keep going into that. You want to make sure that you're not spending more in the clothing or shoe than is there. So if it takes you 3 times to save, then you can get it. And you know what you're always going to find? My God, we find this out a lot. When you go to the store and you don't have that money with you, you find everything you like. Then you go home, you go back to the store, you're like, I'm going to buy this now. You end up not even liking it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's so true.
There's nothing there that you want.
That's so
once
true.
You did it.
That's so true. Thank you so much for that tip. That's a very helpful tip. Let me ask you this. So one thing I hate, but it's a necessary evil, is those check cashing places. So for people who don't have a bank account, are there any free ways for them to be able to cash that check? So if they have to do the envelope method, they aren't spending all those fees just to try to get their money in the first place?
So with the check cashing and Walmart and the banks do let you cash it. Sometimes the bank, like who you're working with, might have a exception for not to be charged. So you can check with the bank that the check is drawn off, and it'll list it there on the check. It'll say whether it's Fulton, Wells Fargo, Bank of America. You might be able to cash it at that bank without a charge. You want to reach out to the bank, call ahead of time, and ask them what their fee is. Unfortunately, there really isn't a free place unless you do have an account.
Oh man. Okay. And
not that I'm aware of.
You're probably right, because that's been something that I've been trying to figure out for a while, just for people who are in that predicament, because I definitely understand it's a tough spot to be in, but it's like, man, and some of the fees are just ridiculous depending on how much you want to cash, but it's your money. It
is your money. That's why it is a rock and a hard place for that age. But once you are, I believe there are banks that you can open accounts at 16, but to get that debit card portion, you would have to have a parent. Okay. But you could at least have the account and cash it that way.
That makes sense. So you would have the account, be able to cash it for free, avoid those fees, but you wouldn't have the card access.
Correct.
But you could go into a branch and just show your ID and get your money without the debit card.
You can, you can cash it on, as long as you have an ID, you can cash it on the bank that it's drawn off of. But a lot of times, depending on the amount of your check, that fee might be more than a check cashing fee. Or Walmart. Walmart, I believe, might be one of the cheapest around.
Oh, okay. And what advice would you give? Because I know some young people who are doing it. Oh, go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. Depending on who you're working for these days, a lot of employers are going, because there are so many people that don't have bank accounts or unable to get them. They are offering payroll cards. Have you guys heard about those?
No, what are those?
So payroll cards are basically a debit card that allow the paycheck gets loaded onto, and then you can take your money out through ATM, through purchases, or you can go online and transfer it to a bank. I know a lot of the big retailers are doing it. Sometimes if you're working with smaller companies, there's an expense that they might not do that, but some of the bigger ones are. And even it's kind of like how unemployment works and other services where you get a card and the money gets loaded.
Oh, that almost sounds like what the city is doing for Youth Works. So maybe that's probably the
Yes,
same
that
thing.
is exactly what the city is moved to for Youth Works. Yes.
Got you.
And
Okay.
it's called a payroll. It's a payroll card. I believe you can't add anything other than payroll to it, but at least then it's something that keeps your money safe without you having to be charged a fee.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that is helpful to know. But is it limited to that one employer? So say like
It is.
it is.
Yes,
Oh,
it is. It is. It's not. From what I understand, they can't then add more money to it or switch it to another employer. It is specifically loaded so that when they get paid, the money just automatically gets deposited onto that card.
yeah, that would be cool if you could give that card credential to your next employer after Youth Works and they could just load you.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe your next employer has a card and you'll unfortunately just have to switch over.
Yeah. Now, Miss Allison, I know a lot of people who have gotten other people to sign for their bank accounts because they didn't trust like their parents or their guardians. What advice would you give to those folks who are doing that or thinking about having somebody else who's an adult sign for them?
You just want to make sure that you trust that adult. This is your money and you need to protect it. Um, we can't stop you, but you can just make sure that this person has your best interest at heart.
Yeah. Have you seen those situations like go bad before? What's like the worst one you've
Actually,
seen?
actually, I have not. I have not. I've seen most of the situations turn out very good. Um, I, I haven't seen as many recently go
That's
bad.
good.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing, you just want to make sure with the cards that you always make sure that you know who's using them, like use them in safe ways. Because the cards can get what we call compromised when you're buying, from a site that might not be legitimate or something happens with losing it. So just make sure that card is always in your presence. You're the only one that has access to it, and you use it on, if you're doing anything online or using it on DoorDash, make sure it's legitimate.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Now, a lot of people were saying put your money in the stock market, put your money in real estate, put your money in Bitcoin. Like, what's your perspective on like those things in terms of people who are thinking about maybe investing money in those places?
I think it's great. I think you want to, with your goals, make sure that how you invest it is how you want. Remember, the stock market is pure emotion. Emotion makes it up and down. People get scared and then they pull out. They get this way. But being diversified, which means don't put all your money in the stock market. Don't put it all in real estate. Don't put it all. You want to have what we call a diverse portfolio. If housing is what you want, put a little bit there. But we, as I mentioned, I'm old, have lived through, there's been housing crashes, the stock market crashes. So if you put all your eggs in one basket and then you lose money, that's not good. But in the same aspect with the stock market, you could buy low, sell high, right? Buy it when it's down, sell it when it's up. But don't put your every last egg in there. Be diversified. You can put a lot in the stock market and just make sure some of it's in something that is not, gonna then, don't put it all in the penny stock that you hope it's gonna get somewhere else. You want to make sure you put it in, things that are, some are stable. You don't want to, because you don't want to make a bad decision and lose everything you worked very hard for.
Yes, I love that. Buy low, sell high. Hey, yo.
Right?
I want somebody writing
You
this
wanna
down.
you wanna do that, and there are some good things. There's some great apps out there now that you can play around with, and take some money and put it in there. You're never gonna learn unless you do it.
I love it. I love it.
There's definitely some ways out there that you don't need to have a lot with the technology we have today has made it so that you don't have to have hundreds of thousands of dollars to then go speak with a broker or play around. We have some great technology that is at your fingertips that you can download and try yourself.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
you read, because unfortunately you're not going to get the one-on-one the Edward Jones commercial when you're starting out little, but we'll grow and get there.
Yes. Yes.
And
Yes, Miss Allison, you blessing us so much with this money stuff. I love it. Before I get ready to let you go, some people were thinking about maybe opening up a bank account. Can you give us just some basic things like what do we need to bring? If you recommend branches for us to go to, where those, and what we should be prepared for in terms of that experience.
So I want to tell you, you're going to need to bring an ID, whether that be a student ID or a government ID. You're going to want to bring, if it's your first time, maybe your birth certificate and your social security card. You're going to need, if you have no bank accounts, they need to know your social security number. And they're going to, because you're a minor, most likely, they're going to want to see the card because you're not in any kind, you haven't established anything yet. If you're going to get a card and you want to bring an adult, the adult must have a valid ID, and the address on the ID for the adult, if they're going on, must match the address that you want to use on the account, or bring some kind of verification of address, whether it be a BGE bill or a lease or a mortgage document or any type of bill to say that address is who that address is. Fulton Bank, we have branches off of North Wolf Street. We have off of Eastern Avenue. My branch is right by Poly and Western in Cross Keys. And then we have, we're getting ready to open one in the fall in the Cross Street Market in Federal Hill. So we're going to have that. Yeah, we're very excited. We have a big Baltimore presence, and ours, you have to be 16 in order to get the account, but you can't go to other banks for 13. Listen, they sign my paycheck, but in the end of the day, I care about the people. And so you want to go online, you want to look, and you want to make sure you want an account with no fees. You want to make sure that you don't have to have so many, what we call a minimum balance. You don't want any of that. You want to keep it simple.
Yes.
So I'm going to leave you with, get your money journal. Start writing down. You'll be surprised how.
This your jewel, Miss Allison. This your jewel. Go ahead, drop your jewel on us.
Yes. Get that money journal. Write your goals down. I have a journal and I write my goals down, right? Because small, little, nothing is too small. Nothing. When you get that one goal, you're going to build to the next goal. That is how it's going to work. And remember, these things are out there. Like, we have some great home ownership projects. I bought my house at 20. You can buy your house at 20. There are some things out there. There's programs. Just remember, knowledge is power.
Yes.
Money, all of it. Everything is knowledge, right? And don't be afraid to ask any questions to anybody. Everybody is here to support and help.
Yes.
So get your journal, start your goals, use the envelope, use whatever you want, but just track it and start small.
Yes. Thank you so much, Miss Allison. And Even more thank you for doing this with 3 minutes notice when our original person dropped out on us. Thank
Well,
you so
you
much.
probably got a better one because sometimes when I have to review the slides, I get a little bored. I like
Oh, we'll
screen
do slides
stuff.
and stuff around here. Exactly what you just did is what we do. And I hope you see all the love you getting in the chat because, yes, Donovan
We
said this
didn't touch
lesson was
about credit
amazing.
or anything. We just kind of went with it, and I didn't get you all the boring stuff. I got you the attainable short-term stuff.
And that's what we like, Miss Allison. Thank you so much. You enjoy the rest of your day. I
You too.
appreciate you
Thanks for
so much.
having me. I loved it.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye. Yo, wasn't Miss Allison amazing, y'all? What? Yo, she literally had 3 minutes notice, yo, and jumped on, yo. I'm so appreciative. Look, y'all go, y'all take y'all break. I see y'all back here in 15. All right. We back. We are back, y'all. I hope y'all had a great break. Man, did Miss Allison drop them money jewels on us or what, y'all? And y'all, I know I keep saying it, but like, yo, when I tell you she came in clutch, yo, 3 minutes before the time, but y'all already know, yo, it's 12 o'clock and we can't do none of that without our other favorite. So let's bring her on here, yo. Y'all already know what it is, yo. Miss Money Mo.
Hey, y'all.
What's up?
Hey, it don't matter. Y'all can hear, right?
We can hear you, yo. We can hear you, yo. We can hear you now.
Okay, good. Because it wasn't hitting, it wasn't doing the thing. But hello. Just a little bit. It's okay. I hit it, but it's all right. Good afternoon. How are y'all doing?
Yo, we doing great, yo. Let me give you your props, yo. Because people don't realize, yo, you be behind the scenes working, yo. You was the one that let me even know of the problem and then went right to work to fix the problem. So thank you so much, yo. Y'all, Miss Money Mo be doing it, yo.
Listen, it's fine. I'm just here, y'all. I'm just here. I'm just Miss Mo at 12 o'clock. Okay, just worry about that.
Yo, Miss Mo at 12 o'clock. And Miss Mo that's really handling stuff in the background, yo, when we be having these little mini crises. But like, yo, can we just real quick take the opportunity to highlight why it's important to have a quality network?
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We can. We absolutely can. Y'all, it's so important. I don't know if you wanted to say something first.
Go ahead. No, I want you to go ahead.
It's so important when you are literally in the process of a meeting, a one-on-one meeting, like just to talk about other things, and you have to pause and literally be like, hey, do you mind being on standby? I'm in the middle of this crisis right now. Do you mind being on standby to do this, this, and this? And they just be like, yeah, that's fine, whatever, I got it. Like, to be in that position, to have that trust with somebody, to be that reliable is just so important. And to have those strong relationships is just so important. Yeah, true story. That happened. And then just like anybody else, to be able to send a text, I'm sure Ms. Joni has talked about this, but to be able to send like a text or a call or an email because you have that trust in your relationship, because you are reliable and they are reliable too, because you have that mutual understanding, and people just like, yeah, I got you, you know, you my girl, you whatever, you know, we know what you're about. It's just so comforting and it's so like relieving to be able to be in those spaces, to have that ability. That's all.
Yeah, sure. No, it's so important. And people don't really think about it, but it's like, yo, when you find yourself in like these crisis situations, like you don't necessarily look at your bank account first. You go right to your phone. Who can I call? And if you can't call nobody, that right there is a sign that your networking is a little weak and you got to start building it up. And it's like, yo, who can get a bank, the VP of a bank, yo, in like 3 minutes notice?
Man, listen, it says a lot about like everybody's character too. And like, I know y'all like networking is like this like weird term. It's like, oh, I have to talk to people, I have to connect with people, I might have to email people, whatever. But it's really, don't think about it as like for face value. Don't think about it as, oh, I'm going to talk to this person because I need something from this person, or I'm going to need something from this person down the line. You talk to people, you build relationships because of who they are and what they represent and who they stand for. And, you know, you align and you connect with the right people, the vibes are right, you know, it just happens. So just make sure you bank on that and you have those skills, even if you're an introvert, even if you're shy, even if you feel like you can't for whatever reason, you always can.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Miss Money Mo. I appreciate you.
No problem. It's all good, y'all. So I'm gonna let y'all know today we're gonna talk about like self-awareness and self-esteem and like kind of the difference between the two. I am again by myself. So Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nothing, no drama happened behind it. I'm just by myself. But this is a broad topic. And I'm gonna put a limit on it. You can join. However, it's only 2 of y'all that's gonna be able to join. It's only 2.
And no Tech Tuesday.
No Tech Tuesdays. I'm sorry. No. Yeah, y'all know who y'all are. I don't have to say it by name. Just no Tech Tuesdays today. Okay. Give space and opportunity. And if you're newer and you want to hop on, absolutely, you want to share your story. So the ask would be just for y'all to share your story with like self-esteem, maybe self-esteem struggles or self-esteem successes. Because some people, we don't really talk about people that have good self-esteem. We talk about it a lot when people have bad self-esteem. So if you want to, you absolutely can. And you got to DM me. I say my Instagram, I feel like every day. DM me on Instagram, __ Morgan Desiree. Or if you already followed me, just go ahead and DM me. So I appreciate you. So yeah, Miss Joni, you can pull up the thing. Because I don't know what's up with my screen sharing abilities, but it's making me sad.
Hold up, Minty said he might get on.
Minty said he's gonna get on.
Probably so. It's right now. Miss Money Mo is looking for somebody right now to join this session to talk about self-esteem. So hit her up. Can somebody drop Miss Money Mo
Instagram
thing in the chat? Yeah.
Not my thing in the chat. Instagram.
Yeah. Yo.
Child. Okay. I appreciate it, because like I said, I don't know why I can't screen share. It really makes me like upset. Anyway. All right. So opening question for today, y'all. What are your top 2 pet peeves? Your top 2, okay, or you can do 3 or 4. Because I feel like you got more than 2, Miss Joni. You can do 3 or 4. That's fine.
No, I'm gonna play fair, but I'm just saying, why would you trigger me like that?
I feel like every day you say that I trigger you, and I'm supposed to be able to like catch these. I'm supposed to say like, "Oh, trigger warning." I apologize. Go ahead. I'm sorry for triggering you.
Yo, excuses and liars.
Okay. Excuses. Okay. All right. Those are yeah. Excuses and lies. Those are definitely ones that just lately, especially, but it's okay. It's all right. Shay said people that are unhygienic and people talking down on themselves. Okay. All right. Shay, listen, we got one of them in common because listen, so my number 1 is when I say that I haven't done something. So let's say like I haven't been, I don't know, jet skiing or something like that. And if Miss Joni were to say, you haven't been jet skiing, like I just now said that I have not been jet skiing. So why would you just reply to me saying the same exact thing that I just said? That really
get on your nerves.
Huh?
I must get on your nerves. I know I do that all the time.
I don't really notice it with you. I don't really notice it. Like, I don't know. But when it's like people, I'm like, Jesus, like, no, I haven't done it. Like, I said that already. Anyway, I don't notice it with you. It doesn't bother me. The second one is musty people. Just musty. Particularly people that smell like food. I can't do it. I can't do it. So the must, y'all know what must smells like. That gritty, dirty. You ain't take no shower.
Just say they stink, yo. You try to say they stink.
But it's a particular stench. It's the musty scent and it's the food smell. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I don't want you to stink at all. But also, I don't want you to be musty like grass outside. No deodorant. I don't want that. I don't want that. That's something that, like, I try my best to make sure that I, am presentable and that I smell good and all that. I want you to be able to do the same. Thank you so much.
So basically, unlike Charles this morning on his session.
I don't even know, y'all. I don't even know what happened this morning, so I don't know.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What do you mean? Okay, no, don't worry about it.
Because
Okay.
the man got on there. His topic was great. He talked about growth mindset, but the man got on there talking about he just woke up, he didn't take a shower, he ain't brush his teeth, he had crust in his eye. I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I didn't think that it was his face was that close that you could see it through the screen. But they started calling him out in the chat, like, yo, you got crust in your eyes. I'm like, dang, I was trying not to say nothing, yo.
Oh no.
I was
Oh no, Charles, it's okay. Yes, that is what I'm talking about. However, it's okay. You know, it happens to the best of us, Charles. Just just take care of that. It's okay. Jaya, I don't know the pronunciation, but she said when people keep asking questions, okay. Daisha, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, it's okay, at first when you ask maybe like 2 or questions, but then like you asking 10, it's like, all right, go ask somebody else. I already answered it. It's fine. Daisha said, Alliance, somebody talking while I'm talking. Okay, yeah, talking. You know what? That bothers me too, because I don't say a whole bunch. And so when I do say something, I finally am able to say a sentence and you cut me off. It's like, all right, just no. I want to just remove you from the meeting, remove you from wherever. Go somewhere else. Mars said people talking over me and people that's ignoring me. That's my biggest pet peeve. Okay, that's a good one. That's definitely a good one. Jaya said when people keep touching me. Don't let people touch you. Cause listen, in a minute I will back up. I will back up off you. In a minute, I do a little bit more than back up, but don't do that. Don't do what I do when unwarranted touch happens. Or you can. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I can definitely see that.
No,
Donovan, huh?
Did you see Zena's?
No.
She hit my soul. All right, well, go ahead. Take your time. Get to it.
What she said? No. Go ahead and say something.
She said, stating the obvious, obnoxiously loud talking and laughing with too many questions. Yo, hit my soul, y'all. If I could just see it, like I can picture it so vividly. Like that's one thing I don't miss about in-person meetings.
Yeah, just people just bulldozing conversations, and they wrong, loud and wrong, got the wrong information at the wrong meeting. To be honest, what meeting you at? Because that's not what we talking about. Child, oh my goodness, I resonate with that one too. I didn't even know I resonate. That's a good one, Zena. Thank you for that. Let me see. Donovan, when people scrape silverware against each other. Okay. Yeah, people are very like sensitive to sound, or when people constantly fish for compliments. Oh, that's a good one. Wow. I feel like I got a long list of pet peeves at this point because I feel like
well, not a long list.
Everything that y'all saying is good. I'm gonna do 2 more. Jules said people who are unnecessarily mean and fingernails scratching against paper. Okay. All right. People, yeah, I don't like mean people either, but that's a very specific sound. Okay. And then here's another sound one. Alicia said the sound of styrofoam and people who are unhygienic. Listen.
Y'all do not like stinky people. I'm glad I take showers regularly.
Okay, why would you like stinky people though? Like,
no, I'm not saying that.
Like maybe you tolerate it for whatever reason, but like I wouldn't just go out and be like, yeah, you stink, come stand next to me, or you stink, come over. Like no, thank you. That's it. Okay, thank y'all for Thank y'all for answering today's question. I appreciate y'all. I think Minty said that he was coming. And if he doesn't, we'll just keep on rolling. So,
Look, you know Minty ain't gonna let us down now.
hey, Minty.
Hey, Minty.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he can't hear us.
I don't think so. Minty.
Am I here?
Minty.
Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yay!
Hello.
How are
Hey,
you?
Minty, what's up?
I'm definitely happy to be back again.
We're happy
Hello,
to
Miss
have
Mo. I
you.
think this is your first time seeing my face.
I mean, it is like this. I saw your face yesterday, but it is like this. I'm so excited that you're here. I'm so happy that you hopped on. And I think you're gonna have another person on here with you.
Me too.
Yeah. So we're just gonna hop into it. We might not even need the
that'll be fun.
size depending on what you want to talk about. So do you have a story directly related to self-esteem or self-awareness? Or do you want me to just start it off?
Self-esteem and self-awareness.
Mm-hmm. So for everybody
I
who
guess there's one story in particular I have about
Okay.
self-awareness.
All right. So how about I just tell the difference between the two, just for anybody who may think that they are the same. And then we'll
Okay.
get right into just our personal stories, because I have a couple of experiences that I was going to share too. So for everybody who may be wondering what the differences are, so self-awareness is more about like how conscious you are of who you are. And then self-esteem is where you get into more of the like how confident you are in yourself. So self-awareness is consciousness, and self-esteem is more about the confidence. So Minty, you go right ahead and you can share kind of your experiences. Hey Donovan,
Hey, Donovan.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
how you doing?
Hey.
I'm good.
Good.
to
Thank
meet
you for hopping on. Y'all, listen, new heartbeat stepping up, just
And
ready.
new Heartbeat Boys giving them
New
OG
heartbeat boys.
giving them OG Heartbeat Boys a run for their money, cause the OG Heartbeats, the girls run that whole situation.
Oh, child.
Nah.
They very much, I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead, Minty. Go ahead and share your perspective. And then Donovan, if you have any experiences too that you want to share, we're just gonna have a conversation, y'all, about our experiences and what we can do to lift each other up.
Sure. So self-esteem was more about the consciousness, right?
Self-esteem is confidence. Self-awareness is consciousness.
Okay, I got them mixed up. Okay. So when it comes to self-esteem in middle school, I think I said this last time, but I was constantly ridiculed and put down because I was not confident in myself, nor was I liked. And to add insult to injury, there was only 15 people in my class, so it was very easy for them to turn on me. I learned and honed my self-esteem and my self-confidence as well. I became more confident and proud and happy of the person I was becoming and the ideals that I stood for. And I became more conscious of my ideal, what I believed in, and why I stood for them. And when finishing middle school, I had perfectly understood who I was and what I wanted, so that by the time I hit high school, I could really excel and do exactly what I wanted and show the world who I was with confidence and grace, as well as an extra amount of swag. So I became who I wanted to be. Yeah, that's it. That's mine.
Okay. Listen, I love that. And let me tell you why I love that. Middle school in general, I will always and forever remember my middle school experience, because I feel like middle school is just a hard time. Like, your body is changing. You're trying to figure out who your friends are. You're going from like elementary school, which is like, you kids, and then you going to be a teenager, which is like weird. It's a weird time. So like for you to be able to like get through that and then to realize like take some inner work with yourself and like go home and be like, okay, this is not who I am. They're not going to define me, label me as whatever they're saying. Like that takes a lot of bravery, a lot of confidence, especially being able to identify that in high school too. Because while middle school is a hard time and a rough time, high school can very much be a time where that low self-esteem is really, 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 really just apparent, because you get into the groups and the cliques and the home issues and just all of these other things that kind of surround the high school experience. So that's awesome, and I'm so happy that you were able to do that. How are you able to, I guess, maintain that? Like, do you find yourself in high school like this, like it creeping up on you, like the low self-esteem creeping up on you, or you just kind of like, man, whatever?
Good question. I don't know. I really thought about it. I've always, well, how about this? When I got out of middle school, I made a promise to myself to never be and to never feel how I used to feel or how I used to be. I'd be the person I was in middle school, and I never feel that way again. I never wanted to go through that again. So I've never felt those things of being low self-esteem. I've always thought about being first, being brave, being the center of attention, being the icon. I've always been more focused, somewhat selfishly, taking the spotlight in the heat moment without thinking of other people. So that's to my advantage so that I can just excel, be a blaze of glory and attract attention. Because you attract attention, you attract opportunity. When you attract opportunity, you open more doors. You got to show everybody how committed you are to get what you want. You can't be afraid to push other people out the way for your opportunities. The world's a hard, and so is business and other such. At first, I've learned that both ways, the hard way and the easy way, when it happened to me and when I did it to someone else. But there's no ill will. It's just the way it is. So I've never my low self-esteem. I've always been amped up, happy, or chill but observant. I'm always thinking about my next move. I pay attention to people and such so that I can make the best possible, still being impactful. Thoughtfully impactful. Yeah, like that.
Okay.
That's for me.
Listen, that's powerful. That's so powerful. And I like right before y'all came on here, I was like, we talk about low self-esteem a lot, but you have like a very different perspective when it comes to this conversation. So I appreciate it. And listen, you say things better than some of these 50-year-olds out here. These 50 and 60-year-olds out here. You have a lot of wisdom. So I appreciate your perspective. I have one more question for you. You're welcome. I have one more question for you just because I don't know, it just kind of like came up as you were talking. So how do you make sure that you attract the right attention? Because I feel like there's a lot of times where, people want to attract attention, but they attract the wrong attention. So how do you attract the right kind of attention?
I've been asked that. I asked myself that too. And that's a very good question. But for those who don't know, and I'm autistic, Miss Mo, so I have high functioning autism. Maybe a broken record, but something that I love about myself. And believe it or not, that particular being autistic helps the way I view things. So it's made me much more white and black. with the way I so I can easily tell from a glance what people want from me. I'm easily able to cut out the middleman with a series of questions or doing things to put them in social situations that determine who they are. I do little social experiments to figure out who a person is, and that helps weed out the good from the bad. You know, some people think it's manipulative, ever so slightly, but way I guess it's what helps me make sure that I'm attract right type of attention. Maybe manipulative isn't the best word. It's what I do, and it helps. It's help, and it's the best thing that I've got to make the right amount of attention from the right people, and I can separate from that broke bum energy. Yeah. So it works, and it just does. Besides, it makes me feel smart. So.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that perspective. Thank you for sharing. Especially with having the confidence with sharing that with us and trusting us with that information. I appreciate you. Okay, moving over to Donovan. So Donovan, what has been your experience when it comes to, self-esteem and self-awareness?
My story is in relation to self-confidence, or like throughout my middle school days and like still to this day, I deal with acne like on my face. Like someone will always point it out, like my family, classmates. Like if I have a big bump on my forehead, they'd be like, "Oh my God, your face is so crunchy." I'm just like, so like if I would have like a huge bump on my face some days, I wouldn't want to go to school, go out. I would just want to stay home until like the bump goes down. But then I started telling myself that my acne doesn't stop me. And I worked on self-affirmations, told myself like I am beautiful, my acne doesn't damage my image, and that I shouldn't worry about what others say. Yeah, that's like kind of my story.
All right, listen, now that's a very real problem. Unfortunately, that's a problem that I still deal with as well, and I'm an adult. It's really annoying. But I actually, so I'm going to share something with you that kind of relates to that too. I had really clear skin. I had really clear skin, like early teens, and then like around like that 17, that 16 age or something like that. I don't know what happened, but it just took over my life. And people would do the same thing to me. People would walk up to me and be like, "Girl, your skin is uneven." They'd be like, "You need to fix that." Literally, people would point at my face and say, "You need to fix that." What are you doing? Like, ew. Like, just all of the things that you could possibly. Adults, too, were saying this to me. Adults were pointing at my face, being like, "You need to fix that. What's wrong with your face?" And it became a thing where it's like, it became a thing where it was like, okay, maybe we do need to fix it, but that's another story. But I ended up going to basically the dermatologist like a couple of times, because at that point I felt, oh, well, maybe there is something wrong with my face. Maybe my face is ugly. Maybe it's unattractive. Maybe people don't want to be around me because of it. Maybe it's distracting. Like all of these questions, all of these things. And it comes to a point where it's like, am I the problem or is it y'all? Because this is a natural thing that people go through. We have different skin types. We go through different things. And it's okay. So I appreciate your ability to be able to, tell about your struggle with acne and just kind of what your experience has been like. So what do you do to deal with those things?
If someone points out my acne, I just like ignore them, because it's just like we all see the acne. Why you gotta point it out? Like if I have like a really huge bump on my face, I try to use some like facial treatments like Noxzema, and it really helps to like bring the swelling down. And I try to keep myself popples so like it won't get worse. Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So you do some self-care when it comes to just kind of like the things that you may not be okay with. And I want to make sure that I make that distinction, right? Like you want to fix things and you want to fix, things on your body or whatever you may want to fix within yourself. Make sure that you do it because it's something that you want to do and that you may be uncomfortable with. Don't do it because people are pointing it out and people want to be like, "Oh, you're ugly. The way that you dress is da 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 da." Make sure you do it because maybe you just want your style. Maybe you just want to, make sure that your skin care routine is, up and running. Maybe you just want to make sure that you take care of your nails or whatever. Like, make sure that that comes within. So, you sharing some tips. I'm sure some people may want to use that too. And just know, like, a lot of people at some point in time struggle with acne. So, like, the people that are pointing it out to you, saying like, "Oh, you got these bumps on your forehead," probably just had one on their forehead about 2 days ago. So don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it because we just gonna, do the best that we can. Any other kind of stories that you want to share? And if not, then I'm more than happy to share kind of my struggles with my self-esteem. And Ms. Jonah, you can feel free to say something as well.
I have a story like regards to my weight. I'm more on the skinny side, and people will always point that out. Like at a cookout with family, I could have a plate of food, and someone can be like, "Dang, you don't gain weight, do you?" So I've become really self-conscious. I think that's a word about it. But I just look at myself in the mirror and tell myself that I love my body because I do, and yeah, that helps.
I wish I had that problem.
Well, definitely.
Confident in my body.
Okay, listen, Minty said we ain't got time for none of that over here. Okay, I very I appreciate you sharing that, and I appreciate you, Minty, too. Donovan, we had something else in common. I had self-esteem problems related to my weight as well for a long time. So I was super skinny for just a while, very super skinny. And then I was a runner too, so that didn't help. So I got to a point where, of course, I had, like the muscles and stuff in my legs and everything, but everything else was just so small. And I thought that was just so ugly. Like, I thought that was just like the ugliest thing in the world. And it came from just kind of like a cultural perspective, but it also came from just like, people weren't really, they weren't looking my way. I'm gonna say that they weren't really looking my way. And the way that clothes would fit, like I would have to do special things because I'm on the taller side for a woman too. So I would have to do special things to get things to fit. It was just too much. It was too much for me. It was too much. And I was like, oh, I have to be ugly. But then you get to a point where it's just kind of like people are putting these things in your head. People are putting these expectations in your head. People are trying to put you in these certain boxes for whatever reason. And the same people that are talking about how like skinny you are or whatever may be also struggling with their own weight or also just projecting their own issues on you. And it's our responsibility to kind of like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I don't believe you. But it's also on us to do that inner work so that we know we love ourselves regardless of how we look, of how we, how we may talk, of how we may come off to people. And then as a result, that kind of inner work will shine through you, and people will just, especially as you get older, people don't even care about that stuff anymore. They just they just leave you alone. And if they don't, you know how to be in position to kind of like either clap back if that's your choice, or leave them alone. I wanted to go to some of these comments because I feel like there's people in here sharing some of their stories. Let me see. Kendall said, yeah, I'm kind of on the slim side myself, but I'm pretty confident in myself and have actually gained a few pounds too. Listen, thank you for sharing that, Kendall. I appreciate it. What you say, Minty? I'm sorry, I won't cut you off.
No, I wasn't saying. I was just saying, there you go. There you go.
Oh, yeah, for real. That's good. I'm glad that you shared that with us. Daisha said, it took me to go into the group home for me to have self-esteem. I never used to love myself and how I was. I was 17 when I became to love myself. Listen, that's powerful. That is super, super, super powerful to share. And I'm glad that you're in a space where you, yeah, and for a lot of people it does, and people want to put time limits on like when or how to do things or whatever, but sometimes it's just your own journey, and your own journey doesn't have time limits all the time. If you're struggling through a certain thing, or you're trying to love something about yourself and it's taking you a little bit, it's okay, y'all. It's okay if you're not tomorrow just 100% confident in yourself. We all have our insecurities, so just make sure you take the steps to be able to do that. So yeah, Daisha, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. Let me see.
Real
Kendall
quick,
said, "Yep, go ahead."
Alicia put out a comment. I want to shout out. It says they need to make up their mind. Am I fat or am I not? I just want to say, like, that's not up for those people to decide. That to you, people could say whatever they want, have however they feel, but it's up to you to determine how you take that information and how you feel after that. So, you have to determine if you are too skinny or you are too big. Do I need to lose a few pounds? Do I need to gain a few pounds? I recently lost a little bit of weight myself. I had a little too much. So, but now I feel like I'm in a good medium. So people say, "Oh, you're too big. Oh, you need to eat more." No, I just put that on the side somewhere. I'm like, okay, I hear you, but I'm fine with where I am. Right, it's not what you want, but this is good for me, and this is my body. So I'm gonna keep it pushing. That's all I wanted to say. My bad. Please continue.
Nah, not that. That's all I wanted to say. That was that was a good contribution. Thank you, Minty. Listen, because that was the next one that was coming up for me. And yeah, I just agree with Minty. Thank you. I don't even gotta say nothing else. I agree with that. Listen to what he said and what he shared. It's not up to other people to determine it. Kendall's on fire, and I see you, Kendall. Thank you for contributing. They said love yourself first before you love anyone else. And that is definitely a powerful comment. It gets more into just kind of like seeking validation from other people, and that's kind of like what we're trying to fight against. We want to make sure that we love ourselves. We want to make sure that we do the inner work within ourselves, because once you go to other people for that value, you're going to be disappointed 100% of the time. Literally, like people do not give you your worth. So make sure that you know that, and that you live by that. Anthony said it all starts within. We to a place where we renew our minds. Oh yeah. Thank you, Anthony, for sharing that. Absolutely. And I'm gonna read this paragraph from Kendall. Like I said, they all fire. Having confidence is very important because learning to accept yourself for who you are can be hard nowadays when society defines everyone by image rather than what's on the inside. I definitely agree with that too. And thank you for sharing that. So yeah, y'all, we want to just make sure. And then we've been talking a lot about like the self-esteem side, but you want to make sure that you're self-aware as well. So you want to make sure like you know what it feels like for you to be in a certain space. Like kind of how your body works, how you respond to situations, how you are able to deal and handle crises that may come up, or problems that may be able to come up. Yeah, you just want to be able to be in that space, and you want to know the difference between like how you view yourself and how other people may view you. And then once you know how other people may view you, throw that out. worry about how you view yourself. And then on the self-esteem tip too, you want to make sure that you're healthy. I want to make that announcement. You know, I got a PSA every session. Make sure that you are healthy. So if the weight is kind of a situation that you're in, and it becomes to a point where you may be unhealthy or it may be not too good for you, then you talk to, you know, whoever you need to talk to get that together. But if it's just a matter of people calling you fat, sit down. Like, who even are you? Oh, here we go with the sentence. Like, who even are you to be talking about me? Like, I'm not even fat, but anyway. Donovan and Minty, any other because we only got like 3 minutes. So any other quick things that you want people to know about self-awareness and self-esteem? And then we're gonna get out of here, do our jewels. And that's it.
Self-awareness is self-explanatory. It's self, you know. It's important that you absolutely feel the way that you need to feel the best about before you can take in the feelings of other people, because that's what it's all about. Feelings of other people can be heavy. They motivate, they drive, they have impact. It's just not physical, and you cannot bear the brunt of that impact if you don't understand your own self, which is important. It's kind of complicated, but it's something my mom told me a long time ago, is that feelings they have their own impact, not physical. You know, understand who you are, what you stand for, you know, really start to figure yourself out. You won't be able to truly make an impact with your words and feelings, and you won't be able to survive an impact from someone's words or feelings. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think self-awareness is very important because you need to work on knowing how you feel so you don't dig an endless pit. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right, Jules. Share y'all jewels. We out of here. Unless those were y'all jewels. I don't know. Y'all gotta tell me. Were those your jewels?
That was my jewel. Yeah.
That was your jewel. Okay. Thank you. Minty, was that your jewel?
I guess I can drop one more piece of wisdom.
Please.
You are the focus of your own life. So when people tell you not to be selfish, they're saying not to pay so much more attention to yourself, which is contradictory, which is a contradiction. If you're the star of your own show, why shouldn't I pay attention to myself? I'm just saying. That's just me. That's my jewel.
Yup, and every superstar has haters, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. All right, y'all. Listen, I want to thank Minty. I want to thank Donovan. Of course, just hopping on here during the session. Like, the call happened during the session. Y'all came on here. So for that, for being 2 young Black men talking about self-esteem and self-awareness, that's it. That's the
They
statement.
will never cut us off.
That's it. That's the statement. I love y'all. My jewel is be you before you be anybody else. So whatever that may be, whatever titles that you may acquire, whatever spaces that you might be in, that you want to do, make sure that you are yourself and you know who you are before you enter into those spaces. And yeah, that's it. Love y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
See y'all.
Yes. Thank y'all
Thank you
so
for having me.
much. Great session. Great session. Thank y'all. I'll see y'all later. Yo, Miss Money Mo always get us right? And definitely special shout out to Minty and Donovan for stepping up to basically kind of open up and share all their wisdom and knowledge and personal stories. It's not easy to do that, especially right in the moment. So thank y'all so much for that, y'all. Can y'all believe? Yo, half our day almost over. It's time to go to break though, yo. Go ahead, take your break. After you take your break, take your lunch, and you already know what time. I see you back here, yo. 2:00. And we're back. What's up, y'all? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope somebody had a good lunch break, y'all. Can y'all believe we are at our last session already? I don't know about y'all, but the workday just be flying, y'all. But look, we ain't got no time to waste because y'all know we got our other fave. We only got her 2 days a week, y'all. Tuesdays and Thursdays. We love our Tuesdays and Thursdays. We got to get her on here, y'all.
Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Miss Caitlin, can you hear us?
You can't hear me?
Hang on, y'all. We got a little bit of tech. Hold up. Yo, it's always the devil, yo.
Can you hear me now?
It's always the devil.
No.
Hang on, Miss Caitlin. It might not be you. I don't know. Hang on, y'all. Y'all, it's always the devil, y'all. I can't. We've been having challenge at the challenge. Y'all, we always make it through, don't we? We always make it through. All right. Hang on, y'all. Let me try something right fast.
Hey, y'all.
Oh, they can
you hear me now?
They can hear you, Miss Caitlin. So I might be having the issue because I can't hear Miss Caitlin, y'all.
Uh-oh. Wait, can you see me? Can everybody see me? Okay, Donovan's telling me he can hear me and see me. Okay. Oh, you can see me. Can y'all hear me? Oh, Donovan and you can hear me. Okay, I'm just up here by myself. Okay, cool. Well, hi y'all. I'm just reading the comments right now. Naeem, sounds like you had a really good lunch today. What did everybody else have for lunch? I had this like taco salad kind of thing that had like rice and beans and corn, all that good stuff. I'm really into mangoes right now because I feel like they're in season, and so I put some of that in there. It's really good. Donovan said he had pizza rolls and strawberries. Blossom, why are you having nothing? You gotta eat lunch. What else? Chlorophyll water. What in the world is chlorophyll water? Adriana, tell me more about that. Chlorophyll water. I'm Googling it right now, y'all. I have no idea what that means. Orange chicken, breakfast late, so bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. That sounds awesome. Shrimp stir fry over jasmine rice. Okay, Carmen, I see you. Amazing. Donovan, cool. Donovan, I know you're here, but I can't let you in. I have not that power. Miss Joni is the one who has all the power. Oh my gosh, I see cookies. I wish I ate cookies for lunch. What kind of cookies did you eat? I hear somebody's voice. Y'all, I feel like I'm just putting on a show right now.
Are we back? Are we almost back?
Can you hear me, Miss Joni?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can't see you though.
Yo, it's always something, yo. It's always something. Is my man Donovan on? Because I definitely let him
on, but we don't see him or hear him yet. But he's here.
Yo, it's always something, yo. Hold up, y'all. We is definitely gonna get this together. Donovan, can you try to say something so we can see if we can hear you? Because it might just be me, yo.
I saw him in the chat. I mean, in this chat.
Okay. Yeah, no, he just left. He just left. Hold up. He coming right back. Let me see. You should be able to get ready to see him. Donovan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Miss Caitlin, can y'all hear Donovan?
Yep, I can hear him.
Y'all just can't see him.
And I'm the only one here. I'm just having my own little private.
Hey, yo, this how it is, man. When I'm trying to tell you, yo. All right, as long as y'all can hear, I'm gonna try to work out the rest of the stuff. Hey, y'all, welcome to Success, because this is how it is, yo. It's always a problem, a new problem to try to fix, but we still gonna keep it moving, yo. I try to figure this stuff out in the background. Sorry, Miss Caitlin.
You're totally good. So do you want to start? So if Donovan can hear us, I mean, we can't see you, but Donovan, do you want to introduce yourself while you're?
Okay. My name is Donovan. I'm 15 years old. My pronouns are he, him, and I attend Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, also known as Poly.
Amazing, awesome. And Donovan, you're a New Heartbeat, right?
Yeah, I'm a New Heartbeat.
Cool. And tell us, did you get involved with Heart Smiles just through these success sessions?
Yes. I got involved with Heart Smiles through YouthWorks.
Cool. And tell me, like, who has been your adult mentor? Who has been your youth mentor so far?
My adult mentor has been Miss Carmen. My youth mentors has been. Wait, I'm sorry, I forgot the name. Give me a second.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
Uh-oh, you're gonna be in big trouble. I'm just kidding. That's okay. Cool. And so today I know that I can probably actually share my screen and you can start talking about your topic of the day. But Donovan, just tell us a little bit about, so Donovan reached out to me a couple weeks ago and was like, I'm a New Heartbeat. I want to come on your session and talk about something. What should I talk about? And I was like, dude, it's up to you. And then he chose this really, really important and timely topic, which we also talked about on Tuesday a little bit about like police brutality. So Donovan, do you want to tell us a little bit about how you chose this topic and and like why did you want to come on and talk about it?
Okay, before I say that, my adult mentor has been Miss Carmen, and my youth mentors have been Sydney and Jamira.
Amazing. They're great mentors. You're lucky.
I chose this topic because lately I have been seeing, well, like for a while, like many years, I have been seeing a lot of incidents where police have been brutalizing their power and using it against civilians instead of helping them.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up. So I'm going to try to share my screen so that we can get started.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Do you see my screen?
No.
Or do you see me? Really?
I see you.
Oh, man, it should be on. It's probably affected by whatever issue that we having right now.
Do we need to like sign off and sign back in, Miss Joni, or what should we do here?
I just don't even know that it's going to help. Send it to me real quick. I'm gonna see if I can share it. But if y'all can talk without the PowerPoint, we probably need a plan for that.
Okay.
Yeah, just because I don't know what's going on right now, y'all. I'm trying to figure this thing out. It's crazy.
All right. Donovan, do you have your own slides up that you can use just to reference?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just start walking us through it then. Like, ask us the questions or
Okay.
like.
Before I get into like that, well, it is the topic, but I just want to have some opinions on like what happened, like something I saw before joining the call.
Yeah, go for it.
Give me a second. Okay, so I saw this post and it said that like the law enforcement system sent a 76-year-old woman to prison over a phone. She was African American. She was recently released from jail, like when COVID-19 happened, how they released all the prisoners. Um, and then like she tried to like volunteer and she went to like classes for like I think computering. And like she was studying and didn't answer the phone, so like her supervisor reported her as a getaway, and they put her in jail for that. But like they knew she was going to classes, so it doesn't make sense. And when her attorney asked why, like, would she go back to jail, um, they were told that it's because they were just going to assume that she was robbing a bank.
What? Wait,
I
what?
know, right?
What
Like
does that
that's
have to do?
crazy.
How could they even jump to that conclusion? What is that? How did they get there?
I know, right? Like that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow.
I would like y'all opinions on it in the chat. Like how do y'all feel about it?
Yeah, y'all. What do you think about that? I feel like Donovan, what's your Alicia said she saw it on Murder Inc. Yeah. What is your reaction to that?
I think the situation is pretty stupid because she had a valid reason for not answering the phone. And
Right.
I think they just don't care.
Yeah. That's like honestly kind of how it sounds, that they don't care or that they misunderstood the situation and they, didn't maybe take the time to understand like what was going on in the full story. Yeah, you got a
I
lot of
agree.
people in the comments who are also feeling similarly, like how could they do that and feeling like it's really wrong and like sad.
I
Yeah,
agree.
that's crazy. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Okay, now into the topic. Um, the topic of today is police brutality and the corrupt system of the law enforcement.
Yeah. Um, Tell us more. So I know that one of your first things that you were going to go over was like, what is police brutality? Just like defining it for us.
Okay, police brutality is excessive and unwarranted use of force by law enforcement. It is also an extreme form of police misconduct or violence and a civil rights violation. And lastly, it can also refer to a situation where officers exercise undue or excessive force against a person.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so like break this down. I know that that was kind of like the, the high level definition of it, but like break it down in your own words. Like what would you say police brutality is, or like how would you describe it?
To me, police brutality is when the law enforcement, like people who work for the law enforcement, like state troopers, police, FBI, they brutalize their power by abusing civilians with either weapons, hands, just anything when it's
Yeah.
unneeded.
Yeah, definitely. I think that that's a really important piece that you bring up is like the unnecessary or excessive or unwarranted, right? So
Yes,
nobody deserves to be treated like that. Nobody deserves to be treated with that amount of force. And yet they're doing it for oftentimes like very minor situations.
I
Like,
agree.
yeah. Yeah. So where do we go from here? What do you want to discuss about it?
I want to discuss why do we think instances of police brutality occur?
Yeah. So y'all, why do you think that police brutality happens? Like, what is causing police brutality to happen? Stick it in the chat. What do you think?
Personally, I believe that police brutality occurs because of the systematic racism and the prejudice, racial prejudice people hold in their hearts.
Mm-hmm. Tell me more. Like, tell us, yeah, just like expand on your answer a little bit. I think you're really right, but I want to know more details.
Like usually people who are victims of police brutality are people of color. So I think it goes back to like racism, the racial prejudice, the bias people have about people of color.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. And people in the chat definitely agree with you there. I think a couple other people said like officers don't face any repercussions for it.
I
Um,
agree.
Carmen brought up like the mentality of the average police officer. That's an interesting point. What do you think is like the mentality of the average police officer?
I think growing up in a society where racism against people of color is promoted creates a mentality in the police officer such as that a black man is a threat to him, like always.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're right about that. And I guess like another thing that somebody brought up is like, they don't have repercussions, or they don't get like punished if this
I
happens.
agree.
So tell me what you know about that.
Usually when I see a lot of police brutality incidents happen, the officer faces no penalty. Like for example, the Derek Chauvin case, he faced penalty, but I don't think it was enough. They most likely reduce the time, or they don't give the officer no time at all, or like no disciplinary actions.
Yeah, and it's just for me like with that case, it took so long, and I know that like the criminal justice system takes a long time in general, but like it's just crazy that we had to wait so long in order to even get a verdict about it when like it happened so long ago. It happened like a year ago. It just feels like disconnected or something.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. All right. So next, I think you were going to tell us about some instances, and you told us, about this recent case with the woman, but that wasn't really police brutality necessarily, just maybe unfair. But like, what are some recent instances of police brutality?
A recent instances. I'm sorry. A recent instance of brutality, of police misconduct, was when an Alabama state trooper, Christopher Bauer, I think that's how you pronounce his name, he was arrested for the sexual assault of an 11-year-old girl. And when like people get arrested, they get investigated. So when his past was investigated, it was found that he was fired from the FBI years prior due to sexual misconduct allegations in 2018. But he was allowed a job as a cop still because he forged a letter saying that he had no consequences.
Wait, he forged a letter?
Yes, I think it's so crazy how he was able to forge a letter.
There's your face. Hold on, let's pause really quick. Give us a wave, Donovan. There you are. Amazing. It's good to see you. But yeah, okay, so yeah, it's crazy that he was able to forge a letter and like get away with it.
I agree.
Like, yeah. Well, I know lots of people are like blowing up the chat, just really in awe of the situation and shocked that this could happen. There she is.
Working, yo. I need a part-time job as a tech person, yo. I'm trying to tell you, yo. Thank y'all for holding it down, though, while I was working behind the scenes on the tech issues.
Oh my gosh, thanks for fixing it up for us, Miss Joni. We appreciate
this is a great and needed conversation, no, but this is powerful. Like, please continue. Don't let me interrupt.
Yeah. Do you think we'll be able to share my screen?
Go ahead and try it. Hopefully you can. Let me cross my little.
No worries if not. We're having a great discussion. It looks like maybe it's not going to work out, so let's just keep going with our discussion.
It's there. Like I can see the slide.
You see the slides?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so you just walked us through this first one about Christopher Bauer and forging his own letter. Oh, that just doesn't make any sense. Why is there no like checks for that?
I know, right? It's really crazy.
Yeah. So walk us through I guess, or I don't know. Do you have any other thoughts about that one, or do you want to move on to the next one?
I think it's pretty, I can't find the right word, unwise for like him to be able to forge a letter and be accepted back into the law enforcement, because you would expect there to be more checks and stuff, like confirming it with someone, but there was none of that.
Yeah, it just feels wild that doesn't already happen. But, like, I feel like people have to go through, I mean, police officers have to go through background checks. Was this, like, not on his background check or what?
Yeah, I don't think it was on his background check.
That feels crazy to me. All right. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Tell us about your
next one. I actually saw this incident, like, last week, but a black 29-year-old father moved his family to Hawaii, and Hawaii is known as like paradise, but I disagree now. So Mayini, I think that's how you pronounce his name. I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. He was to pray because he was religious, and he stumbled upon a place that he assumed to be a temple because it was temple looking, mosque looking, church looking, etc. But obviously the residents saw him there, and I guess out of racism or racial prejudice they called the cops. And when the cops came, he was confused, so he apologized, like with his hands up and etc. They shot him 3 times, and he died.
Y'all, if you have not heard about this, you should Google this and read more about this situation. Like, you don't have to watch the video. It's not like of him being shot, but like the way that it unfolds is that he literally takes his shoes off before he enters the building because he's going there to pray. He takes his shoes off and leaves them outside and then walks in. And they have like cameras outside their house so they can see this is caught on camera. And then he like gets confused. The people who were like renting, they were like Airbnb guests, I think, or something like that. Like they were the ones that called the cops. And then you can hear him in the video saying like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," as he like leaves the house. Like, and then stop the video because you don't need to watch anymore after that. But like, it's just crazy to me that like it's so clearly a mistake. Like he takes his shoes off. Nobody's taking their shoes off if you're like going into a house.
Right.
Like,
why would somebody take their shoes off to go in the house and rob it? That don't make sense.
Right.
So yeah, like any thoughts on that, Ms. Joni?
I've never heard of it. This is my first time hearing of this, and it's just crazy. But it's like with all the other stuff that's happening, I'm almost not surprised. Like I'm disgusted, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, on to the next one, I guess. Another incident occurred. I think this occurred last December, but Christian Hall, a Chinese American teen, police after he anonymously called 911 to report a suicidal person, which was himself. When the police arrived, he had his hands up and they were behind that car, but they still shot him, killed him.
Yeah, y'all. This is another just tragic situation that was another misunderstanding of this young person, right? And this, I feel like this just hits so close to home. This young person who is dealing with mental health issues calls the police on themselves because they were threatening suicide. And it just, it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, like when I found out about that story, it hit really close to home. And also, they were refusing to release the body cam footage from the officers, which was mad weird.
Yeah. Tell us more.
Yeah,
That's weird.
It's weird because the body cam will show the proof that he was innocent and he did nothing wrong to provoke them.
Totally. Yeah. Agreed.
That's
what was your reaction, Donovan, when you heard this?
Like I was just shook because like how can someone who's facing mental health problems call the police for help and then end up dead at the hands of the police?
Yeah. Agreed. Ms. Joni, thoughts?
It's just sad. Like it's heartbreaking, and it's like you know that it's happening. Like I didn't even hear about these issues, but it's like how many more are probably happening that's not recorded and that's unheard and don't ever get spoken about.
Yeah. Yeah. I know Diamond in the was just like, I get tired of hearing about all this stuff on Murder Inc. And it's like, yeah, there's for every one that we hear on the news, there are X amount more that are happening. And it's like, I think it's so hard because sometimes when we're like surrounded by it, it becomes normalized. And like, it's not normal. It's not normal. And like, it's just crazy that know, these things happen every day, and like people are just ignoring them or not talking about them, or if they are talking about them, like I don't know, it just blows my mind. It's a really tough issue to talk about.
Y'all see Diamond comment? That just reminded me of that stupid officer that we had on our town hall when we did the school police town hall last month about the gun and the officer.
Since people weren't on that, tell us like what the officer was saying, because I remember this.
So basically, y'all, we had two of our heartbeats holding a town hall conversation, just talking about school police and police in general and their relationship with young people. So we had a officer, and he's not even really an officer. It's not fair to call him that. He's over top of all of the school police officers in Baltimore City. So he's like the head honcho for school police. And they were just having this conversation, you know, like some things that they don't like and something on them. And the conversation went to like them like drawing their guns and always quick to shoot. And the guy, he said, no, hold up, let me stop you right there. First of all, police don't carry guns. They don't carry weapons. They carry tools. And everybody was just like, huh? You don't carry a weapon? You carry a tool? And he fought tooth and nail to defend that perspective, that his gun was not a weapon, that it was a tool, and they had to use tools in whatever situation that they are in. But needless to say, it did not go over well. Nobody, I mean, they showed him respect and all that, but like it just further highlighted why police have a bad relationship with young people and just people of color in general. Like, really? You don't have a weapon, sir? You got a tool?
Yeah, wow.
That kind of ties into a question I had. Do you guys believe that police or like any law enforcement person should have a firearm with them at all times?
I don't think so. If you can't de-escalate and fight and bring situations down, then you don't need to be the police. I'm not saying that a gun isn't warranted sometimes, like yes, to shoot back, but you should not be shooting first. That I don't appreciate.
I agree. I think that they shouldn't have it in a lot of situations that have been occurring because it's not warranted and it's like unneeded.
But did y'all hear about those? And this is no disrespect, y'all. This is just the truth. But did y'all hear about the white kids that had a whole shootout with the police?
Mm-hmm.
It was either in like Pennsylvania or Virginia. It happened like a few weeks ago. It's not even that old. But two white kids were shooting out of their house. They were something like 14 and 17. And they were having a shootout with the police. The police did not shoot back. Those kids lived to tell about it.
What?
Wow.
Wait,
That's
shooting
disgusting.
I mean,
police from inside their house?
From inside their house. They have ran into, if I got the story right, Miss, I'm gonna find the link and send it to you, Miss Kaylin. But if I got the story right, they ran from foster care and they just went into like a neighboring house or whatever, and they had guns in there. And these kids knew how to load and work the guns. And Alicia said she heard about it. They knew how to load and work. It was like hours. They were in this shootout with the police. And all you just heard all this compassion in the officers, just like tone. And when he was talking to the interview about how these kids are still alive, you just heard all this compassion. And he not blaming it on the kids. He blaming it on the system, which is the right thing to do. He was like, the system failed these kids, like all this. But I'm just like, we all know that if that was Donovan and his friend, we would be going to a funeral.
For real.
And it's just a blatant double standard that I don't like. I mean, I'm glad those kids didn't lose their life, but it's the blatant double standard. I'm about to find that article, y'all.
It's such a double standard.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of racial bias when it comes to officers and civilians.
Yeah. One thing that Diamond just put in the chat a couple of seconds ago was like, why do they have to use a gun? Why can't they use a taser? And it reminds me of, I can't remember when it was, a couple months ago when the police officer said that they, quote, accidentally shot someone because they grabbed their gun instead of their taser, and they meant to grab their taser. Y'all remember this?
I heard about that.
Saw that. Yep, I saw that.
When I saw that story, I was just like confused. Like, how do you confuse a gun, which is heavy, with a taser, which is lightweight? That makes no sense. And I think there should I'm pretty sure there's some training for when to grab a weapon and which side your weapon's on. So that makes sense. That don't make no sense.
No, and they're on different sides. They're literally on different sides of your body. Like, what was on the right and what was on the left? I can't remember. I feel like it was
I'm not sure.
Maybe gun was on the right, which was super surprising, not surprising, but it's that's what people are first because it's their dominant hand, right? It's why?
Yeah.
I just sent it to your phone, Miss Caitlin.
Another story I have, an incident that happened. A young girl died after her family was brutalized by cops. So basically, there was a traffic stop, and the officer who was white, and the family, I think African American, they were pulled over, and the officer maced them, which made no sense. They did nothing. He maced everybody in the car. So the father who was in the car, his daughters was crying and etc. So him acting out of instinct as a father, he pulled off to protect his family. And the officer sped his car after them, and then he slammed his car into the into that I think it's called SUV. But he slammed his car into that car. And then he did it again, and the second time the little girl flew out of the car and she died.
Gosh.
Dang.
Any thoughts on that?
No, I don't.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I think he should be, or they should be held accountable for what they did, because slamming your car into that car was not needed.
Yeah. No, definitely not. Dang. Yeah. So in these last, we have 8 more minutes. Do you want to share with us 2 really good slides about knowing your rights and then information for minors? Ms. Joni, can you put the slides back up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Know your rights, for police interactions. The First Amendment grants you the freedom of speech and right to protest peacefully. It also allows you to court interaction with the police. That means if you feel uncomfortable or unsafe, you can also pull your phone out and record, so things can be documented. The Fifth Amendment gives you the right to remain silent. So if an officer is questioning you, you do not have to answer their questions without a lawyer or someone else present. You can also walk away from the police if you're not being detained. To know if you can walk away, ask, am I free to leave or am I being detained? The officer should then tell you at that point whether you're free to leave or whether you're being detained. And if you're being detained, you must stay with the officer. Remain calm and show the officer your hands at all times. If you get pulled over in traffic and the officer asks you for your ID, show them your hands. And if you reach for your ID, tell them that you're going to reach for it, just to ensure that if they shoot you or something, they have no reason to. Now, information for minors to know. Police are free to approach minors and question them about whether they were involved in a crime, but just as an adult can never be forced to answer questions from police. Child is not required to answer. As a child, you have the right to refuse to answer questions and request your parent or lawyer to be present.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is really, really good information. So I know, so tell me a little bit more, I don't know, just what does this look like? So say, a police officer comes up to a young person who, I don't know, is sitting outside their house and starts messing with them, what does that young person do?
The young person can say, I am not required to answer your questions. And maybe, I don't know, I wouldn't say call another law enforcement, but maybe if their parents decide, call them or call their parents to let them know what's going on.
Yeah, and I would say, like, going back to what you said on the previous slide, like, if they are going to call somebody, that requires you to, like, get your phone, right? And so make sure you're saying, I'm reaching for my phone so that I can call my parent. And, like, all the other things that you said on that previous slide still apply. And unfortunately, like, have to be super clear, because, like, if it was me who they were messing with, probably wouldn't have to say it. But y'all, I'm white. So, like, that's just the unfortunate, and it's not just unfortunate, but it's the way that the system is built, and that's what we have to fight against. Yeah. Ms. Joni, thoughts about either of these things, about the, information for minors to know or things to follow?
Yeah, I mean, it always just like breaks my heart to know that this is a critical conversation that needs to be had, that we shouldn't have to have. There are other families out here who don't even think about this. They see the police as a good thing. The police are their friends. The police are, doing what they're supposed to do, protecting to serve. But it's just a shame. I mean, it's definitely critical and it's needed. And I appreciate this conversation so much, because we do need to be reminded of this. But it's just a shame that we got to have these kind of conversations with our kids, because we shouldn't have to.
I agree.
Yeah. I know we've been talking a lot about, like, and you hear in the news a lot, and this happens a lot, of, like, white cops interrogating or killing or using police brutality on Black people, especially. What do you think about, like, Black cops? And I'm truly just asking, like, yeah, I guess, like, do you think that they're also likely to use excessive force, or do you think they're less likely?
I believe Black cops are less likely to use excessive force unless they're being, like, commanded to by a higher power, which will leave them in a sticky situation.
I believe that it's about the same. And the reason why I say that is because it's the culture and not necessarily the person. So you can put a good person in a bad culture, and if you aren't strong enough to go against the grain and to try to help change the culture, then you're gonna get sucked in. And I don't think it's no different than back in, like, slavery times, where Black people had to whip, and they was whipping your butt too.
Mm-hmm.
They were slave catchers too. Like, they were burning you too. But because it was the culture and they feared for their own life, and it was like they had to do what they had to do to protect them. So if that meant turning against their own people and doing what they needed to do, then they were going to do that. And that's why Harriet Tubman was like, "Oh, she gonna shoot you. You either with us or you not, and we gonna shoot you." So I definitely believe that that it's about the same, and it has just more to do with the culture. But
Okay,
as strong as they should be.
I also have another question. Do you guys think that this law enforcement system should be reformed or taken down and rebuilt?
Reformed or taken down?
That's a hard one, though.
It's a tough question. I think that, like, my answer would be, like, realistically reformed, but like, police reform has happened a million times. And so, like, if we're just saying we're going to reform it, then, like, what's the difference? Like, what is going to be different this time? But I don't know. I feel like there's not, I don't know. It's not a good answer, or maybe I don't know enough, or yeah.
I mean, we absolutely needs some type of authority. Like we need some type of policing. I'm for the community model of policing. Like that's what I'm for. You should not be in nobody's community telling them what to do if you don't live there.
Mhm.
And if that means tearing down the entire system and then building that up, I would be for that. But I just think realistically, the way that everything is set up, I don't think that anybody would ever just rip it out completely. I think that it would go through phases and phases and phases of transformation. But if a major city like Baltimore or Baltimore can prove that like communities can police themselves, then I think having a strong model in a dangerous city and showing that that model works, I think that would give hope to other dangerous cities to be able to say, oh, you know what, this works. We could do this.
Mhm.
Okay, I agree.
I totally agree. What I always get hung up on is like what does it look like in between the time where you like take down the police force and are starting to build that community of policing. Like that in between time is so hard because if you just did it today and you're like, okay, everybody's policing themselves today, like I don't think it would be that successful because people don't, people have to know how. And so that's what I 1,000% agree with you, Miss Joni. I just like, I don't know how to make it happen. And I don't know if anyone knows how to make it happen, but it's just.
Yeah, I mean, it's a process. It's a process. And if somebody was serious, they would start by the new recruits that are being hired. You work in your neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have enough recruits from a certain neighborhood, you go to that neighborhood and you start recruiting. You stand on the corner, you knock on doors, you talk to people, you go to some of the high schools, get people coming right out of high school. Like you just got to be creative and not think that the same system that we're using now is going to work for something new, because it's not.
Okay,
But it's going to require something that people don't want to do, work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have like one more question. Should all officers be required to wear a body cam?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Do you think so, Donovan?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and get fired if you don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, and this came up in our conversation earlier, and some people had brought up in the chat, like, they just don't turn it on because they're hiding something, right?
Exactly. That's the only reason. Why else wouldn't you?
Why? Yeah, really, why else wouldn't you? Yeah. Wow. Heavy discussion, and I feel out of my league because I feel like I don't know enough as I want to know, and yeah, so I need to do some more learning. But Donovan, thank you so much for coming up here and talking to us about this really, really important and always timely subject. It's such an important conversation that we just need to keep having. Like it's not enough to just have it at the time when, there's like this big news in the media. Like we need to have these conversations continuously. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And Dr. K's comment, really important conversation, so helpful. The answers can come from the youth. Totally.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Donovan, you want to drop a jewel on us today?
My jewel would be to not allow others' biases about someone with your skin color affect you.
Yeah. I don't even have a jewel today because I'm just so caught up in all my thoughts.
Miss Caitlin Noel, it's okay. You can give us 2 on Tuesday when you come back.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll give you 2 on Tuesday.
All right. Thank you so much, Donovan, for this amazing and important conversation. And thank you, Miss Caitlin, as always. We'll see you next week.
I'll see you next week.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Of course, yes. See y'all. Y'all, I'm trying to tell you, yo, some of the hardest topics to deal with and talk about, yo, we tackling them right here, yo. And it is just so amazing and so inspiring to just think that you guys really can make change if you want to. Like if you want to. All this stuff that we talk about, y'all, we don't want to just talk about it and just let it be words and then that's it. We need for you to be formulating what is going to be your personal plan to help change this world. What is going to be your personal plan to help contribute to this world? And that can be in any area that you are passionate about. It don't necessarily have to be the police thing. I mean, we know that that's a crazy, messed up situation, but whatever it is that you are passionate about, whatever it is that you care about, yo, the world succeeds and things change and things get better when you chase your dreams, when you follow your dreams, and when you have your goals, and when you start accomplishing things. Yo, this was an absolutely amazing session. Yo, shout out to Donovan. Yo, Donovan always bring the heat. Shout out to Miss Caitlin. Y'all already know her sessions already just beat a bomb. And look, I want to shout out y'all too. Every last person that's on this live right now, I want to shout out y'all too, because I can feel the growth in this room, yo. When we had those tech issues at the top of the session, and that's probably the worst tech. We've had a lot of tech issues, y'all, since we've been rocking with each other, but that's probably been the worst tech issue that we have had, and not one person complained about it, yo. Not one person complained. Not one person put like a smart aleck comment or nothing like that. Y'all rolled with it. Yo, we couldn't see the slide. Y'all was still acting like you could see the slide, still giving feedback. Y'all couldn't see Donovan for like the first 20 minutes, and y'all was still talking to him as if you could see him. Yo, y'all couldn't see me at all, and still showing love, still showing support. Like, yo, one thing about me, yo, I'm going to get it done. If anybody know me, I'm going to get it done with or without whoever. But knowing that y'all got my back for real, knowing that y'all supporting what we are doing here, like that just makes it all the better, yo. So I appreciate that, because that kind of growth don't happen in that short amount of time. And I just want y'all to take a second to appreciate how far y'all have come as a group, because that was a blessing. Hey, yo, Dr. K, crazy. But yes, y'all, I love it. Miss Carmen, right? It's that growth. Y'all growing. You growing, yo. Even if it's only a little bit, yo, a little bit is a lot of bit when you talk about where you came from. So thank y'all so much for y'all love and for y'all support while we work through those tech issues, y'all. I appreciate it 1,000 times over. But yo, it's the end of our day, yo. It's the end of our day. Diamond, I love it here too, baby. It's the end of our day, y'all. We never have enough time. Yo, I hope somebody had an amazing day at work today. It's so many people, y'all, that don't like what they do, that don't like their work, yo, that hate their job. I'm glad I'm not one of them. I'm glad I can proudly say I love my job. Donovan already took the words out of my mouth. Dang fool, I know y'all taking the words out of my mouth. Y'all already know what to do, yo. You know what to do. But look, before I tell you officially what to do, just 2 quick announcements. The first one, y'all know Miss Allison that jumped in clutch for us today, right? If y'all are interested in opening a bank account, if somebody wants a bank account, one of those free bank accounts that she was talking about, make sure you get with your mentor. Let your mentor know. And mentors, just send me a list of people on your team that want a bank account. Y'all, people from the bank are going to contact you to help you get set up. Make sure you got everything you need to open up your bank account if you want to open up one of those free bank accounts that Miss Allison talked about. And the bank would be with Fulton Bank. They got a few branches all over Baltimore. But if you want that, we're hooking you up on the free bank account. And then the second thing, tomorrow, I got to drop $100 on somebody's head. So mentors, start getting in your votes early. Get in your votes early. Who deserved that $100 blessing for tomorrow? Y'all know Friday's like one of our favorite days too, yo. That's when you get beat up with that $100, yo. So mentors, get your votes in early. I want to know who and I want to know why. And we're going to bang them over the head with $100. You heard me, because that's how we do. Yes, Alicia, today was amazing. But yo, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what I'm about to say. Go be productive. Go be productive, yo. I know that we are now ending our workday, but this should not be ending your day. This should be starting your day, yo. This is where you start your day, because this is where you take your lessons learned and you take all the things that you are growing with and you apply them to your goals, to your version of success. It's going to be a lot of things asking for your attention when you get off of work, yo. People going to be calling you, texting you, sliding in your DM. No, you still got about at least 5 more working hours in this day, yo. It's still light outside. It's still work time. This is where you got to focus. This is where your discipline got to come into place. And you say, no, yo, I'm not doing nothing that's not tied to my goals. Unless you tied to my goals, no. I'm only working on situations that's tied to my version of success. That's going to help me in the future, help me get where I got to go. It's not a hard sacrifice, y'all. It's not a hard sacrifice. And after you finish working, yo, for your little 5 hours, then go ahead and take a little bit of time to do whatever, if that's what you want to do. But like, yo, keep a promise to yourself for once. Keep a promise to your future and work on your goals. And yo, oh my God, if you ain't got no goals, oh my God, don't even already know. Yo, if you ain't got no goals, yo, that's a bigger problem. But don't hit me up. Please don't get on my phone, yo. Do not get on my phone. Don't get in my DM. Don't get in nothing, yo. If you ain't got no goals, that's a bigger problem, yo. And the first thing you need to do is go and get you some goals. Yes, Alicia, tell them again. Yes, Leela, tell them. Don't hit me up, yo. Get with one of these OG heartbeats and let them help you set some goals. And you ain't got to have no big, crazy goals, y'all. Start small. Start with little goals that you can easily accomplish, things to get you started so you can start seeing your progress. You ain't got to have no big, crazy goals. Just start small, but you got to have something, because ain't nothing worse than being in this life without no direction, without no goals. And when you one of those people that's walking around in life and you ain't got no direction, you ain't got no goals, other people's priorities become your priority. Other people's goals become your goals. What other people wants for you becomes what you do. No, take the wheel of your own life, shorty. Take the wheel of your own life, y'all. Listen, that's my time, y'all. I had a great day with y'all. If y'all rocking with us later, you know where to find us. Right here, 6 o'clock for Thriving Thursdays. If not, that's cool too. I'll be here. Y'all already know. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock. I'm out of here, yo.